Hello, welcome to the library live stream. I'm actually doing this on like two different computers right now. So give me just a second. Let me get this background out of the way and we're going to start the live stream in just a minute. Hold on for me. All right. Hi. Thank you. Thank you for joining the library live stream today. I hope your finals are going well. I hope maybe you're kind of done with them. That would be nice, wouldn't it? But yeah, finals are such a stressful time for everybody. We've all been there. We all know. And uh-oh, my camera went away. All right, so I'm going to switch over to my document camera. I hope you can see this. Oh no, it's not working. Just a second. My name is Sarah Cantor, and let's see. There it goes. All right. Hope you can see this. It looks like it's just my picture. That's odd. Oops. All right, please bear with me as I'm figuring things out. It's been a little while since I've done this, if I'm honest with you. So how do I make, let's see. All right, I think. Okay, there, it's working. All right, so I've already said it, but thanks for joining me. Today, I'm gonna be making some fun zines for us. I'm gonna try to focus this camera. I didn't have anything to focus on. And I'm gonna switch back to my face for right now while I'm talking. How do I, sorry, give me just another second. I can make my screen the big one. All right, hopefully this is working correctly now and you're not seeing a picture of me with a tiny video of me. But today I'm going to be making some zines. Well, I'm going to be working on a zine I already started. So if you don't know what a zine is, also, did I say this? My name is Sarah Cantor and I'm a studio librarian. But if you don't know what a zine is, zines are basically anything you want them to be. They're a great way to express yourself. And it can be about anything. You don't have to like be an expert on something to have a zine. Zines are self-published, like kind of mini magazines. They usually have a very small circulation. So a lot of times, you'll make a zine, you'll print 20 copies as opposed to thinking about a big magazine like National Geographic, which is what I'm going to be using today to make my zine, which, will have thousands or millions of copies being sold. So with the zine, like I said, you can make it be about anything you want or kind of about nothing at all even. I think zines are the coolest. I've been doing a lot of zine activities here at the UTC library this semester. We did a couple of workshops. So zines where you kind of cut things up and glue the zine together, as well as zines that you can make in InDesign. And so and then, a couple of activities where people can contribute anonymously to zines made in the studio as well. So I think it was in October, I want to say. I'm not actually really sure. But we did this workshop with the Hatchet Lab Makerspace, where people could come and create their own single page zines. I call them foldy zines. And I'm going to show you how to start one of those. And then I'm going to work on the one that I started back at that workshop. And I didn't get a chance to finish it, when I made it. But I found it the other day and I said, oh, I should finish this. So that's what I'm going to work on now. So I'm going to switch back over to the document camera. All right. And now I'm going to move over so you can see me, sort of. You'll see my hands. I wish I'd done my nails or something. But let's see. Okay, so I'm going to start. I didn't, unfortunately, bring any completed zines with me, which I now, oops, sorry. I now wish I had, but I wasn't really kind of planning to do this. So a foldy zine, what I like to call a foldy zine, is made from a single sheet of paper. I'm going to give you an idea of what it will look like. So this is the one that I started, and it ends up being 1/8 of the size of the piece of paper that you're using. I think, you know what? I think my video is sideways. Hold on. There we go. Oh, this is so much better. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. So you can turn one sheet of paper into a zine, and then you can work on it this way. So I'm going to show you how you make this. You end up folding it up and it kind of looks like this. So you start out with one sheet of paper, and unfortunately can't seem to get it to zoom out any further. I don't know if I can make this taller. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so it's a little bit crooked, I think. Not an expert at the document cam. I am so sorry. There. So hopefully you can see this okay. But you start out with a sheet of paper, and then you do some clever folding and cutting to make it into this quarter sheet sized. So I'm going to start out. There's different ways you can do this. I'm going to start out by folding my piece of paper hot dog style. And you want to make sure that you have some really nice crisp folds. Sorry, I have to sneeze. Excuse me. So then you have your paper folded in half the long way, and then you're going to fold it in half a couple more times, but this time you're going to do it hamburger style. And you want to make sure that you're getting the folds straight and even, because it's going to make it a lot easier when you're actually folding the zine. Right, so then I'm going to just smooth these out. Let me see if I have something that will help me. It's like folding tool. A whole little bag of pens and pencils and stuff. And I'm going to use my scissors and just use the handle of the scissors to help me make sure that I have a nice crisp fold line. And I'm actually going to then fold it back over this way and do the same thing. Now I have a nice crisp line in the middle. I'm going to fold my two edges into that center line, and I'm going to do the same thing. So, and I feel like Bob Ross right now, and that's one thing, when it comes to zines, you can't really make mistakes, just like with Bob Ross, it's happy little accidents. So your zine can do whatever you want. The only thing you kind of have to get right, if you're making one of these foldy zines, is you do want to make sure that you're making your folds in the right directions, I guess, and that you're getting them like folded really, and like not folded, creased really well, just because it is going to make it so much easier for you when you are putting it together. And then I don't think I did my hot dog fold both ways, so I'm going to do that now. All right, so there we have our pieces, And before I start putting anything on my paper, this is my secret trick. So the trick to getting the zine to fold this way, so if I unfold this one that I've been working on, you'll see that it's cut in the middle. My big secret that I do with this, oh, and I folded it up the wrong way. All right, so my secret here is I fold it back in half, hamburger style. And then I have this, it's maybe a little bit hard to see, but I have this nice strong crease and this that goes across the middle horizontally. And I also have a nice strong crease that goes across the middle vertically. And I'm going to take my scissors and I'm going to cut the horizontal crease until I get to the vertical crease. Although now I changed how I'm holding paper. So the short crease to the long crease. Let's do it that way. And there we go. All right, sorry, I'm getting emails. And so then you take your paper once you've cut it and you unfold it and then pick it up. And because you made those folds or those creases so strong, it wants to fold up and you go like this. You bring the outside edges together to meet in the middle. And then you just fold it up and you have your zine. So then you can start decorating it. The other big trick that I always tell people when they're working on this is to start out by labeling your pages, because that's going to help you with laying out your design or making your design. And it's also, for me, it helps me visualize where things go. So you can see this on this one that I made before. There, I wasn't holding it up to the camera, so you couldn't see it. But this is the one that I started in our workshop earlier this semester. And you can see here, this is the front cover, so it says F. And I had some things that I already glued on. So I don't think, yeah, so it looks like all the other pages, the numbers got covered up, but the back cover has a B. And I'm going to do that here as well. And I like to use a piece of a pencil, excuse me, and just write really lightly so that you can erase it if you want to. And I just do it in the corner. You can also cover it up, whether you are drawing stuff or cutting stuff out. You can do whatever you want, and it makes an 8-page zine, including the front and back cover. So this is page 5 and 6, and then this is the back cover. And then you can work on it, fold it up like this, but you can also unfold it. And you can put your stuff on your zine here. Now, there are other ways that you can fold it up. So your numbers when you're doing this might not be exactly the same. So here, you know, I have the same basic zine, but I folded it slightly differently. And so now instead of this being what was my page 6 is now my front cover and back front. So when you do this, it may be slightly different than mine. This is just the way that I fold it up. And that's why I recommend, if you're looking to make a zine like this, that you do the folding first and then you label your pages. Because if you do the folding and, get it set up and have your quadrants and stuff, but you start decorating it and then fold it, it can be harder to get it into, an order where the pages go the right way. So this is just my hack for making a zine. All right, so now I'm gonna go back to this zine right here. And I'll be honest with you, I don't really remember what my kind of thought process was. But it's sort of like nature and, the last couple of years, things have been difficult in the world, I would say. And so it was sort of, I think, just a reflection on that. And to do this, I just cut up some things from magazines. So I did have a couple of things that I had planned to put in, but I didn't have time to cut out. So I have this sheet. These are, I think most of the stuff that I put in here was from issues of National Geographic. So I have this, and I like moths. I think they're pretty cool animals. So I have some moths that I'm planning on including. And then the last page is gonna have this where it says be well. So I'm gonna look for some stuff that I could maybe include in my zine. Again, sort of thinking about the world and how there's been so much change in the world, like this picture of mountains. I'm gonna cut that out. And you can cut stuff out. When you're doing a zine like this, you can have it be whatever you want. So I'm doing one where it's sort of a collage, and I'm just cutting out stuff kind of roughly so I can include it when I want to. Excuse me. But you can also design stuff specifically and then cut and paste it onto your paper. You can type stuff. As I mentioned earlier, it's also absolutely possible to make a zine using a program like InDesign, where you're doing it all on your computer. You can also make a zine in Canva. I've actually done that because Canva is such an easy drag and drop graphic design tool. If you don't have, I love possums. So I'm gonna take this paper or this sheet, just rip it. That can be kind of a cool look. Did you know that possums can't get rabies? I think that's really cool. Their body temperature is too low for rabies to live in it. So that's neat. They also eat lots of ticks and bugs. I love possums. They're very helpful creatures. And, I know some people who think they look scary, but I don't think they look scary. But then, there's other creatures that I don't like. So, we all have the things that we do and don't like. And I'm just tearing it out instead of just cutting it out, because I think this could be an interesting way to layer some images. I have my possum right here that I'm going to use. And I'm going to keep looking for some more stuff. Ooh, sharks. Now, I don't hate sharks. I don't like sharks. I'm kind of, they're scary. So it's not, I guess it's not that I don't like them. I just am like, ooh, they're scary. What if I got eaten by a shark? Nobody wants that. Well, I'm gonna, I think, take this picture and just rip this sheet out. In case they want to use this picture of the plastic bag stuck in the tree, be kind of evocative of, how humans have affected nature. This is a great way if you have a lot of old magazines to use up. This is a great way to get rid of some of them and reuse them. You can make zines any size. So this is a really small zine. It's 1/8 of a sheet of just regular letter paper, but you could do this same type of project using a larger piece of paper. So you could use like 11 by 17 paper and still fold it into eighths, but it's going to be a bigger sheet. So I think it's about I think when you do that, it's about this size, I think, because I think maybe it's not quite this size, but it's certainly bigger than the zine I'm working on right now is. And let's see if I can find. Oh, I think I actually read this, and this is actually an article about Tiger King. Yep, there's Joe Exotic in here. This came out. This issue of National Geographic is from 2 years ago, I think. Yeah, December 2019. So they really they were right before the Netflix show, huh? I I looked through it after the fact and I said, oh, this looks like it's the people from Tiger King, and it was. So media is like that, huh? All right, I think, let's see. I feel like I may have gotten most of the stuff out of this. See if there's a nice picture here. I mean, that's a pretty good picture of how we impact nature, but it's a little bit big for what I'm looking for. I want something that's probably like about this size. So I don't know if that's going to work for me. I think I'm going to get started gluing. And I brought a glue stick with me. Where'd it go? There we are. So I'm going to use this just to help me not make a total mess in here. And I think I'm going to start with this. And I am going, I think, to put this on the front cover. So you can use your zine to sort of figure out your layout. And I think this one might be a little bit too big. Like, it would be good if I was wrapping it around. It would be good if it was like, you know, this on 2 pages. But I think it's a little bit big. So I'm going to hold on to that for maybe another time. And I think I'm going to use this one. And I can, this will fit on here. And so I'm going to basically cut around this hammock, which is, you know, very nice, very relaxing, very suiting for this relaxation, de-stressing kind of live stream. And then I'm gonna see, and oh, I cut it a little bit too small, but that is okay. Maybe I will put it on the back. I could also rotate it. I think what I'm gonna do is, let's see, how do I want this? Really like this tree here. So I think I'm going like here, and I'm gonna, this time I'm actually gonna sort of measure. I'm gonna crease this where I want to cut it. And then cut along here. And I'm going to put this Be Well over it. I think I kind of like, you know, how with the possums, I ripped it out. I want to make kind of a torn edge, I think, along the bottom. I think I'm going to put this up at the top, and then it'll be this torn edge. Make some nice layers to my project. And let's find something else really quickly that I can put underneath it. I'm going to grab another issue. Actually, you know what I could do even? Like, just put this. I don't know. How does that look? Kind of looks weird, but you know what? I think it works actually. So I'm going to use this. So this was on here like this, but I'm going to put it sideways. And wait, what am I doing? Let me get it back to how I wanted it. So I already forgot. Okay, this is okay. Here we go. So I am going to take this piece here and I'm going to crease it so I can cut it down to size. And then I'm going to glue it. And I'm making this really pretty simply. Honestly, this is all stuff I had in my office at work for the most part, except for the glue stick. If you tune in later today, I'm going to be doing another session on the live stream where I'm putting together a miniature kit. So I do encourage you to tune in for that. I've never done it before, so I might really screw it up, and that can be fun to watch. But I brought the glue stick in for that. But everything else is stuff I had, but you can use anything to make zines. So if you have like stickers, if you're into like washi tape, you can do that. And I like to, you know, glue it on pretty well. This is a repositionable glue stick, which I think I might have gotten the wrong kind, but that's okay. You know, it still works. It just might not be as like sticky maybe. But there we go. So now I have this layered and it, you know, it kind of looks not like one-sided sideways, but I like it. I think it's good. Although I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, so I'm going to just snip off this piece right there and this piece right here. And now I have the back cover of my zine. I have a couple minutes left before we switch over to our next live stream activity. Can't remember who's up next. I'm so sorry. I think it might be Rachel with some stuff, but I'm not sure. We'll see, I guess. Put this out. Yeah, zines are really cool. They're a great way to just express, you know, what's going on in your head, let some stuff out. Can also be, you know, just anything. I have zines. You know, I wish I'd brought them with me. I actually had them for an event we did the other day, and I brought them home yesterday, not thinking I should have them for today. So I wish I'd kept them in my office. I could have brought them, but you know, they can be on anything. I have zines that are what's called a fan zine. So it's the way that you're like, you show that you're a fan of something. And I have one that I like a lot. It's a Carly Rae Jepsen fan zine, but you know, it could be for anything that you like. I also have zines that are like, you know, ways to de-stress when you're feeling super stressed out. Have little activities you can do to help you sort of get unstressed. I have one about how to eat a mango. You know, it can be on anything. It doesn't have to be like, you know, you're an expert in something. You can do anything for a zine. So we are just about at 12:30 and let's see. And yeah, Rachel's going to come up in about 2 minutes. But I hope you enjoyed me just working on this zine a little bit. It's mostly just pictures. I still do have to do my front cover, but then I think it's going to be basically done. You can also, of course, use words when you're making your zine. But for this one, I didn't, just letting I have some magazine cutouts that have words. But you know, for the most part, it's just images. I don't know, maybe I will figure out a way to use this one. If I would like this. A rough cut instead of, you know, straight lines. Like I said, with a zine, you can do anything. You can have it be whatever you want. Yeah, I will turn it over to Rachel, who's going to be doing some pencil puzzles, I believe is the term. I'm really excited to watch those. I don't know about anybody else, but I saw that and I said, I don't know what a pencil puzzle is, but I want to learn. So I'm going to just finish this up and let Rachel join the Zoom and take over. So thanks for watching and keep watching all day. We're going to go till 6. We have all kinds of different activities that people are going to be doing, from tying bow ties to producing music.
Thanks, Sarah. I'm trying to get my screen shared. Just one moment. Here we go. All right. Now I'm waiting for the stream to catch up so I can see what it looks like on the stream. Welcome, y'all. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It's a beautiful day in Chattanooga. I think I might also just start my video so you can see my face while I do these puzzles. So if you've ever watched a library relaxation stream before, you know that I, Rachel Fleming, scholarly communications librarian, love all kinds of puzzles. I've done Rubik's Cubes, I've done jigsaw puzzles, anyway, so I wanted to just introduce to everyone some pencil puzzles and kind of share the good news of pencil puzzles. And the site that I like to go to do some pencil puzzles online is kind of Puzzle Dash. It's a puzzle team club on Twitter, and they've got a whole array of puzzles based on Japanese pencil puzzles that are computer generated and online. So it's kind of an endless stream of puzzles. Now, some folks don't like computer generated puzzles, but I'm not so picky. So we're just going to start out and just dig in to a puzzle called in English called Star Battle. Now, all of the rules for these puzzles are kind of the same. Simple rules that, create really kind of logically satisfying puzzles to create. So in Star Battle, the rule is for each of the area, which I've got all bolded here, 1 star goes in it, but also you can only have 1 star in a line or in a column. So you've got to place all of the stars, and that's just the whole game. So we're going to start right here with this one. So I know because there's only 2 spaces in which I can place a star, star is going to be in one of those places. But if I place a star here, it would eliminate all of the areas around it from being a star. And the same is true if I place a star here. It's going to eliminate all these areas from being a star. So right away, I know that in both cases, these 2 and these 2 can't be stars. And I also know that there can't be any other stars in line because a star in this line or in this column is going to be in this shaded area. So so I know all that. And I also know exactly where the star is going to be, because if I put the star here, then there's nowhere I can put a star in this area just above it. So that's also marked out. So star goes here. And then I'm just going to circle all the stars around it because there can't be any stars orthogonally adjacent to a star once you've placed it. And then I'm going to move on to our friend, like I said, just above. Star is going to be here or here, which means it can't be anywhere else in the same line. So I'm going to cross those out. And that tells me something else, which is in this section on the upper left, I only have 1 place to put a star. So the star goes there. Can't be orthogonally connected. And there's no more space in this row. And now I've got an area where there's, again, in the area, only 1 space for a star. So I can just put my star there. Can't be any in the row, can't be any in the column, and there can't be one even diagonally adjacent to the star. So what else do I got going on here? Well, I've got 2 spots that a star could be in this lower area. And I've got, well, I know here in this rightmost, there's only this 1 section that goes in this rightmost column. So that's where the star has to be, in this area, because there's no other areas for it to be in. So I know it's not going to be in that one. And then, oh, I've got the star and I didn't mark off the whole column. So I know it's going to be in the star in this rightmost column is going to be here or here. And both of those eliminate this cell. So the star is going to be here in the lower left, and I can trace that up to the very top. The star goes there in that one, and there in the rightmost one, and I can check it out and have it tell me that I'm smart. Yeah. All right, so that is 6 by 6 1 star. Let's try. I'm on here doing puzzles with you for an hour, so we're gonna try a harder one, and hopefully my goal is to not stumble and fall and be able to solve all these puzzles. I'm not a logic superstar, but I'm going to do my best. So we've got a bigger one, and this is a 2 star puzzle, which means that in each row column and area, there are 2 stars, which is pretty awesome. And I'm going to start in these bottom 3 rows here because I know in these 3 rows, there's 2 stars each. And I've got 3 complete areas in the bottom 3 rows, which doesn't leave any other places for stars to be. So there's not going to be stars in these extraneous areas. And then using that same logic that we were using before, that if I put a star here, there's no room for a second star in this area. So the star can't be in the middle section, and the star can't be adjacent in these 2 stars. So I know it's going to be in these top 2 or the bottom 2 of this 2 by 3 section. And in this one, the same is true, but there's only one spot in the top section. So I know that that is where a star goes. And I know a star goes in one of these 2 areas, and we already got a star here. So there's no more room for stars in this whole row. And now we don't know where either of these 2 stars is in this bottom-most row, but we know it's in one of these 2 areas. 1 star here and 1 star here. This probably makes no sense if you're not actively looking at the screen, but maybe it's relaxing to listen to me kind of chitter. So we know both of the stars in this lower left segment are in the middle, or in the second to bottom row, and we know kind of where the stars are in this area. So I'm moving on, kind of like scanning around the board, and I see I've got a whole bunch in this kind of T-shaped pattern, this whole T X'd out, and there's only three spaces remaining, and I've got to put 2 stars in them, and the stars can't be next to each other. So there's only one arrangement that works. Right there, kind of far apart, separated by 1 square. And I'm going to X out all the areas that can't be around and eliminate the rest of the column. And now I know where the stars in this lower right go, and that eliminates everything else. And now in this top right, I've got a 2 by 3 square, and it's going to have that same arrangement where stars can't be in the middle. And then outside of this section, there can't be stars there either. Now I see here in this 4th row, we've got 1 star, and then 1 star is going to be in this area that we just defined. There's no more room for any more stars in that row. So I cross those squares out. And now I know in this section, there's got to fit 2 stars, and we got 1 star already in this column, which means I can't put both of the stars for this section in this column. So one of them's got to go up a little bit, and I can cross around that, and it tells me where the other one in that section goes. So eliminate the rest of the stars in that row. Let's see what else we've got going on here. Let's see. So we've got this top row. There's only 1 section included in the top row now that we've crossed out a couple. But it's got a space in the 2nd row, but there's not going to be a star there because we have to put 2 stars in the top row. What else can we learn here? I'm just making that noise. I don't actually have a realization. Maybe we'll stumble right at the beginning, and I won't have the nerves of trying to be smart. Can't be a star here though, because if I put a star here, all of these would be eliminated, and there'd be only 1 space for a star in the other section. So cross that one out. 1, 2, 3 spaces for stars here. It's going to be here. 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces for stars in those 2 rows. All good. Do you enjoy watching people think? How many people are watching me think? 4 people watching me think. Hello, friends. No. No, no, no. Ah, here's a space that can't be a star. If I put a star here, I would have to put 2 stars here to fill the section. There's already a star in that column, but it doesn't really help me much because I already knew, you know, not so many stars left to go around. Ah, now we've got in this third column down, we've got 2 places for stars to be. We've got this 2 by 2, or this set of 2 tiles. This is maybe a domino or whatever. And then we've got this domino. And we went over how logically, if I put a star in either one of these, the 2 directly above and below are going to be eliminated. So I can do that same here, and I can eliminate some more squares from being stars. So now I've got a couple more chunks eliminated. Still banging my head a little bit. Oh, wait, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, I've got it. So what I saw is I've got 5 columns here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I've got in those columns 5 areas. 1, 2, 3 with a hooky, 4 with this guy, 5 areas. So both of those all have 2 rows, which means that this little area right here that's in the 6th column, there's no space for there's no stars left over to put there. So those aren't going to be stars. And now I'm going to have everything fall into place. God willing. So that leaves only 1 place for a star here. Ding, ding. And star can be here or here, but not both. Here, here, not both. 1 star. Oh no. Oh no, I'm not so smart. Start in this tile here, but there's only 1 other spot, and that is eliminating everything surrounding it. In this top row, there's only those 2 spots left. That spot left. Ding, ding, ding. This bottom area has only 3 spaces in it, so we got to put the stars as far away as it can go. And then I've got 1 in this 3rd row, only 1 space left. That eliminates this guy. In this 6th column, only 3 spaces. Put the stars far away from each other. That eliminates in the rows. And then I got 1 space left in that guy. And then I have an area where I didn't mark off all the stars. So all around it, no stars can fit. And then I've only got what's left to put it. There we go. Solved the puzzle in well, I had it loaded up beforehand. So pretty good time. Now, one of the things I love about this site, good job me, got that puzzle. I will often just kind of give up and reload it because I like feeling smart. One thing I love about this site from Puzzle Team is they've got a whole bunch of different kinds of puzzles. There's so many kinds of Japanese or, based in Japanese pencil puzzles. And the rules are all kind of similar rules where it's a very simple set of rules. And then there's just a wide range of solutions. So I want to kind of show you maybe a couple more types of these puzzles to enjoy. Let's play Tense. Tense is a puzzle. Let's start a little bit harder. And let's zoom up this screen. Yeah, not that big. There we go. All right, so in tents, the rules are simple because the rules are simple in all of them. Each tree has a tent that goes with it. Maybe not the best camping advice, but good advice for this puzzle. Tents never touch, not even diagonally. And also we've got numbers on the outside of the grid here on the top and to the left that say how many tents are in each row. So you just got to put all the tents where they go. Simple. So how I would go about doing this puzzle is, well, first we know there's no tents when the 0 is marked. So I'm going to mark all of those off. Marking all of these off, just grass. Beautiful day to set up a bunch of tents. Yeah. And then I'm going to say, I like to start with the high numbers because that's also limiting. Low numbers and high numbers and edges are good limits. So let me look at this where there's 3 tents in this row. Now, where could I put these tents? I could put one here that's connected to that tree. I could put one here. It's connected to this tree below it. I could put one here. It's connected to this tree. Well, those are the only places I could put tents. So that's done. Nice. In this column, this third column, there's 2. And there's a tree. So there's 2 spaces here, but only one of them can be a tent. Oh yeah. It's got a couple of controls you can set up yourself. So this one is clicking. If I right click, it's making me a tent. And if I left click, it makes me a tent. If I right click, it makes it grass. Then if I click on the border with the right click, it makes a line. If I left click or if I right click, it makes it like cannot be. So that's how it's marking. And kind of just, figure it out as you go. And I think there's different ways in the settings. So yeah, this one, I have the tents marking selected. In this one, it would make me, I think, click through. Yeah, that's all left click, but I mess around with it. And there's also in these modes, it shows, you can have it highlight errors as you go. I think. Yeah. So where was I? In this third column, only one tent can go here connected to this tree. So the only other place a tent can be is connected to this guy right here. And that was the one tent that can be in this second row. And then things start to fall into place here. This is a tree that needs a tent. And this is a tree that needs a tent. There's only one places where those can go. Then I'm going to kind of work from the left and say, I need 2 tents in this leftmost row. There's only one spot. I need 2 tents here. This one spot. I need 1 tent here. Only one spot. 1 tent here, or 2 tents. There's already 1 tent. This tree already has a tent. So the tent goes here. This tent goes below. And this bottom row already has 3. And the last tent goes here. So that's tents. It's a very pleasing puzzle, and it's got, very cute visual. It gets hard very quick, if you're to say, do a couple of things with a harder puzzle. So one is to make it bigger, and then the clues are harder. So, there's so many places where tents could be and not be, and it gets really hard really quickly. And you have to use a whole bunch of logic to get through it. Let us go on to yet another puzzle. So many puzzles. To find the ones that you enjoy. Let's do a path puzzle. I really like a path puzzle. I'm not the greatest at it. In this puzzle, called like fences, let's try 7x7 normal. Oh, look, I was working on one. Try a brand new one. The rules are simple. You make one continuous line without crossing or branching, and the numbers here indicate how many links go around this area. So if I've got 2, then there can be no more line segments surrounding the number 2. I've got the controls on this set up like on the other one where I left click and it makes a line. If I right click, it makes an X. So how to start with this one? Well, 0, that means that there are no line segments around that number, which actually tells me where the line segments are in this number 2 just below it, because I can't put a line segment here because it's trapped, and I can't have a line that's trapped. It has to be a continuous loop. So the loop must go this way. Can't branch, so that means that the lines can't go there. And that tells me I've got another clue here that's a 2 that also tells me that I'd have those same arrangement of lines with that 2. And there's no branching, so again, it's not gonna, the path is not gonna continue the way that the path already turned. And situated just below the 2, I've got a number 3, and I've got one of those X'd out. So I know all the line segments, the rest of them are going to be used. So I know all those 3, and I like to mark all of this out because my brain, forgets what I've reasoned beforehand. 1, and I've got a line segment above the 1, so there's no more line segments. And then just to the right of that, I've got a 3, and one of those line segments is marked out, so that tells me the rest of the 3. This path has to continue, and it can't go up or left, so it's got to come down. Down here in the corner, I've got 3, and I know I can't just like leave the path into the corner, so I know 2 of them have to be the very far corner. I'm not sure about how this all sorts out, because it could come up or could go over. Still a lot of things that could be happening there. We're going to leave that for a minute. Come back to this 2 that we were on up in the upper left of the board. The lines, the path has to continue. So this is going to come down from the 2, can't go anywhere else, got to come down, can't go anywhere else, it's got to come down one more. It could do, what could it do? So it could come around here and finish the 3 clue, or it could come straight down, in which case the 3 clue would have to come back up here, which would fulfill the 1 clue, but then the path would be trapped because I can't come to the right. So I'm pretty sure that means I've got to go around this way, 3, 1, which means there's none, and around the rest of the 1, which means these paths have to come out 1 more. All right. That's 1 section. Come back up to the 2 and work out from there. Got to come out of this area. And this guy has to also come out of this area. He can either come up and connect or come across and connect, but I don't know which. The 3 clue here could be this way, up and over, more likely. If because I can't branch, can't be like this, either way, this way or that way. That's not allowed. So it can either come up and over, which looks legit, or it can kind of come this way, which it can't do because then this path end is stranded. So we know it comes up and over the 3. And now I've got to get this other node of the path, I've got to get it to come out. And then the 1 clue is met. So I've got to move on there. I'm scanning down here and just noting some other things as I go. No branching. I know this little tiny segment of the path goes like this. No branching. So this 2 clue is fulfilled by 1 and 2. And then again, the same rule, it tells me that this 3 clue must go up and over. And by the same logic, back around this other 3 clue, same logic, back around this other 3 clue. Now I've got to get this connected to our single loop, and that's got to come around all the bottom there. All right. So we got to get all these 2 clues along the right-hand side connected to these 2 ends here. There's no branching, so we've got 1 line for sure that goes there. Now, an easy way to get all of these clues would be to have it go up one side, pop out a little bit. So that's 2 on this side. And then if we came down here, that would fulfill all these 2 clues, 1 on each side or around the corner. And I'm feeling good about that because I can get back home to the other side. Let's see if I got that right or if I messed it up. Ah, did it. Yes, victory. Gratifying. I'm checking the stream again. Oh, I've lost a viewer. Somebody had to go do something. So that's a fences puzzle. So I've fenced the yard. Another puzzle that's a very cool path puzzle is this one. As with all these puzzles, the instructions are going to start the same. The rules are simple. You're just looking at this like screen of dots and other dots. The rules are simple. All you have to do is draw lines between the dots to form a single loop without crossing or branching. So the loop, when it goes through a black circle, it must be turned upon and the loop must travel straight. So whenever I come to a black circle, I got to turn. I've got to turn and then I've got to go straight. And I think I actually have the rules on this setup, so it's going to tell me if I got it wrong. Yeah, it's going to tell me if I got it wrong. The white circles are the opposite. The white circles have to be passed through in a straight line, but then it's got to turn. So we're going to start in a corner here, and we're only going to do the easy one because this is very hard. So the must turn on a black dot, and then it's got to continue straight, which is the rule of the white dot. So it's self-explanatory, and the same is true here. Now it's got to turn on a black dot. Awesome. But then it's got to, it can't come this way because it's got to turn and then go straight one. Now, I also know, because this is the bottom edge, that this white circle has to go through horizontally because it can't, the path can't continue without it, which means that I've got to turn it right away because there's no other turning segment. So I've got to turn it, but then I've got run into another white circle. So I know I've got to make that continue. Now, what do we have? I can't put a vertical section here in this white circle because it would be branching. So I know I've got to make it come through. And I've run into another white circle, which means I've got to make it straight and then turn like this black circle indicates. And then a white circle. Oh no. Now I've messed up. Oh, I could go the other way. I could turn this way. That's it. And then I have the same rule here for this line, the second column, the line above it. Because I can't branch, I've got to make this path go all the way through. And then it's got to have a turn in it. It either at both sides, it's got to turn to meet the rule of going straight and then turning. So this path has got to turn, and then we're going to circle around to meet up with our other path. And then this path is going to turn and come down. And we're going to finish our path, except for it's got to turn and then go straight. And we can turn around this way. Did I do it? Yes. Shall we try a harder one? What do you say? Harder one, different? I'm looking at my friends, the moderators. Do you want me to see me do a Sudoku? Would you like to see me do the New York Times Sudoku? Sudoku. All right. Sudoku is the most popular pencil puzzle. I'm going to do the New York Times one because it's easy and it's online. It's not the greatest, but there's 3 of them online every day, which makes me happy in the morning with my coffee. So this is the super easy one. You can tell because there's a lot of numbers in it. And like all of these games, the rules are simple. The numbers 1 through 9 appear in each row and column and 3x3 area. And they can't be repeated. So right away, in this top row, the numbers 1 or the numbers 7 and 2 are missing. But there's a 2 here in this third column, which means there can't be a 2 here. It can't be repeated. So I know there's going to be a 2 here, and the 7 then goes here. And then in this 3x3 box is missing a 1. So it goes in there. And now in the second 3x3 box, I can see there's a 1 missing, but I've got the one that's highlighted. I've got this one, which eliminate this, this, and this. There's only 1 spot left. Or 4 is the same. I've got a 4, got this 4 here, eliminating both of these. So 4 has to go somewhere else. And now I've got a 3 and a 7 that want to fit in here. The 3 is eliminated from this box by that 3. So 3 goes here, 7 goes here, 7 here eliminates this 7, 7 here eliminates this 7, 7 goes here. Now I am completing the rows, a 2 and a 6. And then what else can I do real quickly? I like, especially on the easy ones, I just like cycle through the numbers really quickly. So 8. So on this bottom row, I've got 8 here, 8 here, which leaves 8 here or here. But if I look up, I can see an 8 right there. So I know the 8 is going to go there, which leaves these 2 clues or spaces in the middle, but there's only 1 spot. Now I'm done with 8s. I normally don't narrate, out loud while I do these puzzles. So 6, that's 6 over here on the left, 6 and 6 eliminates together. And I know the 6 over here in the middle right has to be in the middle because the top is full. and I've got a 6 above, eliminating the other spot. And actually both, this is eliminated here, in the middle eliminated here. So only one spot left for a 6. And all of these are eliminated. One spot left for a 6 there. If you don't narrate the whole time, you know, I can do this in just a couple of minutes. Narrating takes a while. Trying to tell you what I'm thinking. I've got 2s coming down, eliminating those. 2 comes in here or here. 1's in there. 1, 1, 1, 1. Trying to put a 7 in this column or row, rows and columns. But there's 7 here eliminates this spot, and this 7 here eliminates this spot, leaves only this space for a 7. Very tidy. And I need a 7 in the very bottom row or here. And this box has a 7 in it, so that can't be a 7. And this column has a 7, so that can't be a 7. 7 goes there. And similarly here, it's got to be a 7 in this column. But can't be here because there's a 7 to the right. 7 goes there. And now we've got just a couple of areas for 7s to be left. Where we go, some 9s. 9 is eliminating these 2 9s in the center box. And then if I look to the right, 1 is eliminated there. So 9 is going to go there. And that is going to come over to the left some more and give me that 9. And then that's going to translate down 9, filling out here and eliminated here. 9. This column needs a 9. That's all the 9s. What else we got left? Some 3 can't be here. Has to go to the left. And that box is missing a 5. This column is missing a 5. And there's a 5 up here and a 5 over here. This leaves one spot for a 5 there. 5 comes down, eliminating these 2, one spot for a 5 here, leaving one more 5. That's all the 5s. This second column is almost done. What are we missing? It's a 3. And this lower left box is almost done. What are we missing? It's a 1. This lower row is almost finished, and we're missing a 4 for that one. 4 was exciting to me for some reason, because I've looked up and I see a 4 in the middle left box, eliminating all but one spot in the middle right box for a 4. And I've also eliminated all but one spot in the lower center box for 4. Now I've got to put in some 1s. 1 goes there, 1 goes there, 1 goes there. Let's put in some 7s. 1 goes here, 1 goes here, 1 goes here, and the last 3. So that's an easy puzzle. And it's easy because there's a lot of numbers in it. The main difference for the medium one, if I go, you can see I've finished it because I wanted to make sure I didn't get hung up on it, is that there's less numbers. So you have to, you know, logic a little bit more. And the best tip that I ever received from the internet about doing Sudoku is to not, you know, we don't want to look at all of these numbers, even though it's fun, but you certainly don't want to mark it yourself because it's boring and annoying. But what I can do is, if there's only 2 spots a number can be, it's going to be in one or the other of those spaces, so that if one of these is eliminated, I know right away it's going to be in the other area. So I know the 7 is going to be one of these 2 spaces. And so that's what I'm going to mark, where it's really kind of limited all the way down to just a couple of spaces. And I'm spotting these 5, 5, leaving one more space for 5. See, 7 and a 3. That can be in all 3 spots. Let's see what else we got. 8 and an 8 across the top makes an 8 and an 8 here. There. So I'm going to do it to me again, where I'm just going to get not know what's happening because I'm talking online. I'm going to 2, eliminating these 2, and this 2, eliminating these 2. So I'm going to mark the 2s that go down here. That means there's a 2 in this row, and then a 2 in this row. Which means there's a 2 in this row. Oh, here's a good one. This 2 eliminates these 3. This 2 eliminates those. So I know where it is. And now I've eliminated that 2, and I know exactly where the 2 goes. And 2's across. And this 2 here eliminates that one. Those are isolated. And I've got 4 2's looking into the center box, eliminating those and those. And that one, leaving me only this one. One space to go. I've got this 4 here. It's looking up here, leaving me only 2 spaces for a 4. And likewise, I've got this 5 looking in over here, leaving me only 2 spaces for a 5. This doesn't really tell me anything groundbreaking. This took me 10 minutes to solve when I was test solving it. I don't know. I guess that's pretty fast. I don't know how Puzzle Masters, times on Sudokus are. It's like they would do a puzzle like this in 3 minutes, but I don't want to be fast at solving puzzles. It's not why I do it. What am I looking at here? Let's look at 1, because I'm just don't know what to do. And I'm not finding anything brilliant. We already looked through 2s. We've got so many 2s. And then this little arrangement of 2s. Looking at some 3s. 3s go in the bottom row here, which means they go in the middle row here, which is great because now I've seen that these squares either have a 7 or a 3 in them, which means there can't be any other numbers in them, which is insightful, because that eliminates, they're basically settled. I don't know which arrangement the 7 and the 3 are, but they're going to sort each other out. So then I can kind of deduce some additional things. So I've got this 1 looking in over here. The 1 is going to go down there. The 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 and 9 are the other numbers that are missing. I don't know all of that about them, but I can also go across in this second to bottom row, and 1 and 4 are the numbers missing for there. This is going to be the 4 because there's a 1 up here, and this is going to be the 1. That's awesome. And so now I know the 1 in that box is going to be in those 2 spaces. 8 can be in any of these areas. 6 can be in any of those areas. Threes. Right. Now I'm checking out some 4s. Not learning anything amazing. Checking out some 5s. Here we've got 5 here and 5 here. Again, limiting the 5s to this area, which 9, 6, 5, 3. Not telling me too much more than that, but it's also eliminated these two boxes from having anything else in them. Da, 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 da. Sevens, sevens, eights, 8, 8. And this has been reduced to a couple of squares. Don't know where any of those other 8s are. 9 now. You know where something goes. I know this is it's hard. Tell me, go ahead and tell me, Sarah, you're watching, where to go. What am I missing? So, oh, here we go. This 8, in this lower right, the 8 has to be in this bottom row. So in the lower left, the 8 has to be in the top row, and that's going to fall out. Here we've got everything eliminated, and that's going to give us a bunch more 8s, because 8 is going to be in these two areas. It can't be where this 1 and 5 is, because that's got to be either a 1 or a 5. That's going to be an 8, which only leaves us this one space for a 9, which means the 9 is going to be all the way at the top. What else we got? So, and then this here, we've got a 3 and a 6 left. 3 and a 6 left. Yeah, I see. I got it the same time that you typed that on the delay. I'm just telling you, I figured it out on my own. Where are we? Here's, we want to mark these, make sure we don't think them up. And in fact, it's a 7, so we know that it's, oh no, we got a 7. We got a 7 already. We don't need a 7. We need a 6. We need a 6 and a 9. Oh, can't be a 9 here. Can be a 9 here. 9, 9, 9, 9. 9. This is a 9. I'm going to mark all these in because I am going to forget what they are. I have a terrible problem. One of the things I do on these puzzles, the 8 and the 2 both can't be there. So that's got to be the 6. So this can't be a 6. 6 is going to be here. 3 is going to be here. And this is an 8, 2 or an 8. Right on. 1, 7, and 5 are missing from here. Don't see that. This is the part of the puzzle where you're all going to continue to see things that I don't see. It's going to be very frustrating for you. 8, 8. Same double arrangement. 7, 7, 7. The 7 can be almost anywhere up in this upper area. 6s. It's not really like a super difficult puzzle today. There's no like hot tricks or tips. No like pro Sudoku strats. This 6 here is eliminating both of these areas, which means the 6 has to be in these left two columns. And that means there's only one area in this row. So this is eliminated for the 6 to be. So it's got to be here. 6 and 6. 6 goes there. 6 is going to be here too. One of these is going to be a 1. So here, and I see a 1 here or a 1 here, but also a 1 here or a 1 here. Means that this is going to be a 1 over here. And that means that the 5 in this column is going to go here. 5, 5, looking up and across. 5 there, 5 there. And I should, no, not quite yet. Of a 5, 5. Let's see if we can finish this out on time. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 4, no, 3. No limitations there. I get kind of stuck. I just kind of start around 9 again, and I'm going to count myself down. Get all these 8s in. 7, 7, 7, 7. 6, 6 is here and here. All the other 6s are in 5s. It's just these little chunks. 4, which means I'm missing something very, very simple. 4's here. 4's here and 4's here. Not a 5, a 4. Limiting these 2 squares. Sorry, now I'm mumbling. So I'm frustrated. I want to be smart on the internet, just chatting to random people. You know how it is. Ah, here we go. This is the same place I got hung up the last time I did this puzzle. I'm looking for a place to put a 3. And this 3 at the top eliminated all of these guys, which means it has to go on the far left column, which means that the 3 in the bottom left has to go on the 3rd column, leaving me one place to put a 7, and then it comes back up to my 7 and my 1. And that's going to leave me 7s there and 1s here. Now I'm in that same situation. The 1's here in the 3rd row, and I've got a 1 in the 2nd row. Means the 1 in the top row is here or here. Got a 1 right down there. 1. That's going to eliminate that one, which means 1 goes here, a 1 goes here, a 5 goes here, a 5 goes here. Nice. Now, this is a 4 or a 3. And that's a 4 or 3. I'll have the same limitation. Again, missing something very simple, I'm certain. We have 4, 2, and a 7 missing in this top row. Don't see it. Ah, what we got here? 1, 2. Oh, that's a 4 or 3. I knew that. 1, 1. I'll mark this so I don't forget. 3, 4, 3, 9. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, here it is. 4. 4, 4 means like 4 is not in this column, and I'm just missing a 4 and a 3 in that column. So the 3 is going to go there. The 4 is going to go down here. And now I've got 3 and 3 and a 3 down here, putting my 3 right here, which has covered up one of my 4s, leaving me one place to put a 4 and one place to put a 2. And that left me one place to put a 7, 7, and a 3, and a 3, and a 4. 4 goes there, 3 goes there, 9 goes there, 9, 1. The 1 is eliminating this one. 1 and a 7 in that one. 2 and an 8. But there's a 2 right here. This has been available forever, and I have not done it. A 4 or 2 means that the 2 is going to be down here, only place it can be, which means 8 is going to be here. 8 is going to be here down here. And then that's a 7 and a 6, and a 6 and a 4. 4 goes here, and a 9 goes there. There we go. Sudoku. The hard one can be very hard. Sometimes I find it to be easier than the medium. These are also computer generated. Let me stop my screen share and just chit chat with you. So some folks, they say, you know, these puzzles aren't good because they're generated by computers. I think, man, that's pretty awesome that you could get a computer to make a puzzle like that. But a computer makes a puzzle that sometimes the best way to solve it is to brute force it. And so there's not like a really pleasing logical path through a puzzle. So if you really want to do some like supremely enjoyable pencil puzzles, the way to go is to get some handcrafted puzzles. And there's some places for those online. If you're interested in kind of logic puzzles in general, there's no better place to go than Cracking the Cryptic, their YouTube channel and their Patreon. They're awesome. But you can also get, let me see if I can hold this up to the screen. Nope. Got my background on so you can't see it. I've got a book of pencil puzzles. You can find some Japanese pencil puzzles online. See if it will. No, it's invisible. The puzzles are invisible. That you can search pencil puzzles and get some hand printed book or not some printed books of puzzles. Sometimes they are light on the instructions, which let's see if this book will show. Nope, can't do it. I've got a book. Let me see if I can turn off my background super duper quick. None. Okay, now you can see my office. That's gross. So I've got this book of pencil puzzles. It's got 4 different kinds of puzzles, and it's fun because it starts. They're kind of in sets of 7 where they get kind of a little bit more difficult in a little chunk. So that's nice. And then I've also got this great book. It's a little bit unfortunately named Puzzle Ninja by Alex Bellows. I'm not going to put the name on Alex. He's a British guy who's very into these kinds of logic puzzles. And his book has really a bunch of puzzles, but also kind of a background on the puzzle and some techniques. And they're really kind of, talks about puzzling community and the backgrounds. And then all of these are also credited to their authors. And so they're all like handmade puzzles that are extremely pleasing to solve and fun to do with a pencil, in a chair with a cup of coffee and a little blanket in your wintertime mood. So do we have our next folks are ready? Or should I just continue vamping? Let me know. So I love to do these puzzles. I find it really soothing. And if you join me a little bit later this afternoon, I'm going to do something that I hope I don't mess up terribly, which is to try a cryptic crossword. So more gaming from the UK. But we're going to pass it over and we're going to do some nails.
Hey, it's me, Sarah Cantor, studio librarian again. I'm here to introduce Dominique. Hi. She is one of our excellent students that works in the studio, and she's going to take over.
Yeah, we're going to be painting my nails today. I've got a few different like fall colors that I'll show you all, and just like the process that I go through to paint my nails. So yeah,
I'm so excited.
Me too. Right. Haven't painted them in a while. Okay, so I'm going to show the colors I have first. So I have this like really pretty red one, and then this really pretty light brown, and just a normal clear coat, and then a white polish. And I think I'm going to use all 3 of the colorful ones, and then of course the clear polish to like help prime the nail so it's a smooth surface, and then I guess to make sure it's a smooth surface at the end too. Okay, so we're gonna start with doing the clear coat on all of my nails. And I have some little like nail tips on because I kind of bite my nails a little bit and they break a bit. So I put some nail tips on just so that they would be even. But yeah, we're just gonna start with a nice clear coat. And I just start at like, I guess the part, not sure what it's really called, but the part that's closest to the cuticle, and brush up because it seems like the easiest way to get an even application. And then I'm not sure what order I want to go in with the colorful nail polishes, but we'll see. I really like using the Essie brand because they have a huge color selection, which is really nice. Because I don't really like to do so much of the classic nail colors like pinks or the whites, not alone. So I really like that they have a really good selection of like nail colors and all different types of shades, which is really nice if you like to do like super funky nails. So just going through doing the clear coat, which I probably should have used like a different clear coat because this one seems like she's struggling a little bit. But I don't really have a preference for clear coats. I kind of just use whatever. But we're gonna let the right hand dry first and then do the left one. I'm right-handed, so the right hand is the left. Yeah, the right hand always looks a little better because I don't know, I just can't paint my nails well with my right hand or with my left. I was saying that backwards the whole time. I'm right-handed, so I paint really well with my right hand. And then it's a little messy with the left one, but I have gotten better over the years. We're just continuing to do clear coat on all the nails, and then we're gonna let them dry for a second. Sometimes I have like a tiny fan that I like to use, but I didn't bring it today because it's actually not that tiny. It is a small fan, but it is not a tiny fan necessarily. So we're just gonna let these dry just so we can make sure that we're working on a dry surface when we go in with the colors. And I think while I do that, I'll try and figure out what order I want to go in for the colorful ones. So these were quick dry, these two Essie ones, which is nice because I mess my nails up majority of the time by not letting them dry fast enough. But we're just gonna blow on them since I don't have like a little fan to use right now. So sorry if it's blowing noises. So these ones are dry already. So we're gonna go ahead and start on the left hand. I think I'm gonna start with maybe this like, I guess orangish red. It doesn't, I don't know how you would describe it. It's called burnt. That's not what it's called. It's called Bolt and Be Bold. Quick dry. So I guess we're gonna start with that one and see where we go from there. I'm gonna make them match on both hands, but they are gonna have, I guess, like a pattern. One thing, it's kind of a tip, I guess, kind of also common knowledge. So if you've like painted your nails a bit, but I like to brush one side. So like this side doesn't have much paint on it. And then this side has like a little bit, but not a huge amount because need some control. Don't want it to get crazy. And then same thing I did with the clear, like starting closest to the cuticle and then just brushing up and getting the sides like that. And then coming over cuticle, other side. So yeah, that's the first nail. It looks a little more orangish on the camera than it does in person, but like that might not look so orange once we do the second coat, which I usually do 2 coats. I've noticed when I do 3 coats, it can get a little crazy at 3 coats. So I think I'm gonna go on my index finger. And then these will be the 2 nails that I do with this orangish red color. And again, starting at the closest parts of the cuticle, brushing up and making sure that you get all the sides. I also like wearing like the little kind of press-on extension nails because I do really bad with my natural nails about getting on the side. And that's where things start to get messy. So now I think we're gonna go in with Saffron, the Move. So cute. It's also a quick dry. And I think we're gonna do that one on the thumb and the middle finger. I think that's what we're gonna do. That seems like it's cute. I always wonder who gets the jobs to like name nail polishes because there are so many nail polishes and I'm like, you got to be really creative to just sit there making all these names. I hope they're getting paid well because these are some pretty fun names. So same process like before, cuticle side to side. So like I went a little bit on this nail. You might not be able to see, but right there in the corner, I went a little bit over. Just gonna take my other nail and see, now it's all better. No biggie. I know, I don't actually know, but I'm pretty sure acetone might not be great for your nails, or at least your hands. It's really intense. But I like to use acetone sometimes with a brush, like a flat edge brush to clean up the sides of my nails if I'm trying really hard to make them look nice. And it's easier than using Q-tips because, you know, Q-tips have that rounded edge and you can definitely accidentally get into the nail polish that's on your actual nail and it can be frustrating. So it happened again, right there on the edge. Just gonna use the nail. See? And it doesn't have to be perfect. But as long as you're happy with them, that's all that matters. Oops, see, I almost did it. And then we're gonna go in with, it's white, but they call it Hard to Get with Sally Hansen. And we're gonna do the ring finger. I am not the hugest fan of the Sally Hansen brushes. I don't like how long they are. I think it definitely makes me struggle sometimes to paint my nails. But we're doing good today. Which is nice. But yeah, I personally prefer the SE brushes. I feel like they cover the nail a little bit better for me personally. I think it also might have to do with nail shape because like my nails are not necessarily the widest, but they are definitely wider than some other people's nails. Oops, happy that didn't smear. I think I like that. It's okay. I think that's what we'll work with. But Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the Sally Hansen brush, but it works out and it's cheap. So that's great because white nail polishes, I go through a lot of them. So we're gonna do the same thing on this hand, which is probably gonna be more difficult, but we're gonna let this hand dry while we do this one. So I'm gonna actually start, I'm gonna go in the same process. So we're gonna start back with the Bold and Be Bold by Essie. They also have numbers on them, which I think is reflective of how many colors there are, maybe. That could be wrong though, because the Sally Hansen one says 800. And that's an insane amount of nail polish colors. And I've also like never seen even like 10 different Sally Hansen colors at one time. So I think that might not be reflective of how many nail polishes, like nail polish colors there are. Yeah. Before, I guess I can talk about like the process for before I came here. I put these nail tips on. I got them from Amazon. They're like the ones where you use a UV lamp to harden whatever the gel applicator is that comes with them. They're pretty good. I like them. They're not like necessarily like, you're not gonna probably wear these for 2 weeks. But you know, if you're in a pinch and like you got a nice event to go to that evening and you've got like an hour or so that you can dedicate to doing your nails, they're a really cool way to get like some nice nails, you know, in a pinch. And so now we're gonna go with the Saffron the Move and do the thumb and the middle finger as well. I really like warm tone nail polishes, like the fall kinds. I don't do too much blue, although the little ring that I have on makes me kind of want to do some dark blue and green, but we'll see. We're here now. So we're gonna work with what we've got. But yes, I have heard around the way that it helps a lot when putting on like fake nails, or I think it's like the polygel or something, that the prep is really important. So basically what I do is make sure I don't have any like remaining nail polish from whatever previous time I did my nails. Take that off first with some acetone and a cotton round. And then I like to start off by shaping my nails with a file. And then I go in and push my cuticles back and cut my cuticles with one of the little cuticle cutters that comes in the nail kit, which Walgreens has fairly affordable. I think it's like $10 nail kit that comes with everything you really need. But yeah, I push my cuticles back, cut them, and then buff my nails because I never cut my cuticles enough because I get nervous of that I'm gonna like cut myself, because if you've seen a cuticle cutter, I guess that's the name, they're pretty sharp. So I get a little worried that, I'm not sure what that noise was. Who knows? I get a little worried though that I'll accidentally cut my skin or a part that is not cuticle. So I like to just, you know, play it safe, cut as much as I feel comfortable with, and then buff out the rest. And I've been pretty satisfied with how that ends up looking. But yeah, so we're just gonna paint the white on, and then we're gonna check on the other side, and we'll do our second coat, and then the clear is acting funky, so we might or might not do a clear coat. Not sure yet. So like going through with the white. This was a pretty big amount of nail polish actually. So this might take a little bit to dry, a little bit of time. We might not end up doing a second coat just for the sake of making sure it dries without smudging. So we're gonna close this and check on our other nails. See if they're dry. I assume the quick dry ones will be dry and the white one actually is dry too. So we are in a good place. But yes, I really like, I go to this nail tech in Memphis, which is where I'm from. And she's really great at doing nails. She does press-ons, acrylics, and I love getting my nail ideas, especially when I get acrylics from Pinterest. They've got lots of cool ideas, lots of different themes. You can do so much crazy stuff with your nails. They really are like an accessory. They're like another way to express yourself. Because like I like to do kooky, colorful nails with patterns, and sometimes I'll do lines or polka dots, or half a nail one color, half a nail the other color, or put a bunch of colors on. And sometimes, like my mom, she usually only does like pink nails, you know, or like nude color nails. So nails are definitely like an accessory and an expression of yourself and like your personality and your style. So we're gonna go back in with the brown color, do that second coat. And going in on the thumb. So got those going. And I think I will do a second coat of the white on this nail. But like I said earlier, we're not going to do it on the right hand just because it was so much nail polish for the first time. And we really want to make sure that these actually dry. So going back in with the white. And then after that, I think we might be done with this hand. And I think we'll do a clear coat maybe. I think I've found that the worst time probably to do my nails personally is right before I go to bed. So like sometimes if you go on TikTok, TikTok has a lot of tutorials for how to do your nails at home. Because sometimes when you go to nail shops, it can be hard to get the funky designs with all the kooky colors, or if you do, you end up paying a lot. And also it's fun to like invest in hobbies and things that make you feel good. So I like to do my nails at home so that I can do all those kooky fun things. But I've found that when I do go get my nails done at the nail shop, I tend to get them kind of long, which I think I prefer having long nails, but it's difficult for me because my nails don't grow well. I think they've never really been too entirely long, which is why I usually get acrylics, because I like long nails. It kind of feels powerful a little bit, but I like the short nails too. The short nails are classics. So doing our second coat on the right hand with the brown. And then we're just gonna blow on the nails just a little, just to make sure that they're definitely dry before we get going. sometimes it's difficult to get the right amount of nail polish on the brush. It can be a little stressful, especially if like you don't brush it. I like to brush it on whatever side I'm not using because I get a little frustrated when the nail polish starts like dripping off the brush while I'm painting a nail. Especially because it's like you have to stop in the middle of doing like a stroke and try and catch the nail polish before it falls onto the table or wherever you're working. And it's just not fun. So this is how they look right now. Let's see if we can, oops, get up close. That's that hand, and then this hand. The white is super vibrant. It's really there, which I might change it later, but I think for now I don't mind it. It's a little pop, and I don't mind that. I don't know. But we're gonna blow a little bit more on our nails to make sure that they're dry before going in with the clear coat, because the clear coat can really mess your nails up. It's like the very last thing, but it can get crazy. So I'm just gonna blow on my nails for a minute just to make sure that before we go in with that clear coat, they are ready for that. All right, so I've blown a little bit on this hand. We're gonna go and blow a little bit on this hand, and then we're gonna check our nails and see if they're ready for a clear coat. It's really an investment to get one of those like nail fan things because it's hard work blowing your nails constantly. So we're gonna go on with the clear coat. And I think for the sake of me being kind of scared, I will mess my nails up. I'm only gonna do it on the nails I think might need some help. So I'm gonna do it on the 2 brown ones. But typically, if you had a nail polish that's clear, you probably want to do it on all of them. But I am very worried I might mess these up. I might go ahead and do it on all of them. Yep, I don't think I'll mess these up. I think we're good. We're in the clear. So we'll start on the pinky. You really have to make sure your nails are dry, especially before going in with the clear coat, because if they're not, sometimes that polish color will pick up on the clear coat brush. And if you got like this red color and then you go do a clear coat on your white, you're gonna get a little bit of that red on the white, and that is no fun. Oh, it's getting dark in here. That's okay. So same process. And I find that more than anything, clear coats just kind of help smooth out little lumps that you can get when you're painting. And sometimes, unfortunately, they can create little lumps when you're painting. So be really careful. I think we're doing all right. The clear coat, I am not as focused, or maybe the word is intentional with like the brush movements, because you can't see it even if you mess up. So it's no biggie. So that is one hand, not dry yet, but completely done. I think I like it. Now Gonna go in on the other side. Do our clear coat. Start with the pinky. So sometimes I'll accidentally get like a little too much polish and not realize before I start painting. But if I do that, I try and kind of control, I guess, the brush so that the polish doesn't go everywhere, and just put one dollop first, put the brush back in the bottle, and try and get rid of some of that excess polish. And just so that it's not too much going on. And sometimes I'll even flip the brush. I usually only do this with clear polish because, like I said, I'm not really too scared of the clear polish as much as like the colorful ones. But I'll flip the brush if there's not enough polish on one side, rather than dipping it back in the jar. And sometimes, like, I've used this clear quite a bit. So sometimes you just got to do a little tilt just to encourage that polish to really get where it needs to go. Everyone needs a little encouragement. So you're almost done. This is our last nail. All right. So these are going to close this first, and then we'll do the finished product. These are the finished product. Super cute. A little bit, not necessarily festive, a little bit for the season if you are still considering it fall, which it definitely doesn't feel like winter outside. So I don't know. Not sure if we're going to call it winter yet, because it's pretty warm for winter. But yeah, and then once they're dry, I like to put a lotion on my hands just to make sure that they're feeling really soft, really pamper myself a little bit. Yeah, and like if you might still have some filing on there, you'd probably want to wash your hands. And honestly, you probably want to wash your hands after filing before you even do the painting, because you don't want all that filing stuff in your nail polish. You might definitely get some lumps then. But this is the finished product. Little hand wiggle for the YouTube. But yeah, thank you for joining me. Someone should be on in 2 minutes. This was so fun. I'm going to show the nail polishes again, just in case you all are interested in the colors. And I'll write them down actually, because that's not a good view. Quick dry nail polishes are the way to go though, which these two are quick dry. These two are not. Highly recommend a quick dry polish, especially if you're a little impatient like me and like to get it done and get a move on. But yeah, thank you all for joining. And someone should be on in about a minute or so.
Hey, Dom, I'm here.
Hi, Sarah.
I don't have a way to mute this. So yeah, I can just take over.
All righty. Well, I'm gonna turn the camera off, turn the mic off. Thank you all for having me.
Okay. All right. Hi, my name is Sarah Cantor. I have my computer off to the side. So, okay, it looks like you can see me at least. I have my webcam on a tripod, which is available in the studio. The tripod is, webcams are not available in the studio. But that was so much fun. I just love watching people do their nails. That's one of my big relaxation things. So I had such a blast watching Dom doing her nails. And yeah, I'm gonna take over and do another thing that I love to watch other people do, just make like miniature. This is sort of like a dollhouse. So when I was in grad school, I think it was, I would relax by watching people put together these mini kits. So I got one. This is my first one. So, I was watching these years and years ago. And I finally decided to do one. And I thought, oh, I'll do that for the live stream. So you are, of course, going to have to really bear with me here. I am going to try to keep an eye on those YouTube comments in case I'm like doing something wrong. But yeah, we're going to start by unboxing this. And so I came prepared with some tools. So I have my kit, and this is a very cool kit. I think this company makes a bunch of these. I think it's all the same company, but it comes with all the things you need to make this miniature sort of dollhouse in, well, I don't know how long it takes. The videos that I watch people do it seems to go pretty fast, but I'm sure it's not the whole thing. And then I also have a pair of scissors because I figure I'll need them. I have a pencil in case I need to mark stuff. And then I have, this is super cool. This is a pen that I have. And let's see, I'm doing the like makeup YouTuber thing, but it's a multi-tool pen. So it has a ruler on two of the sides. One is inches and one is centimeters. It also has a level. Making sure that it's focusing. I can't really tell if it is. And then this is a stylus, but you can unscrew the stylus and then you have a screwdriver. I do also have a real multi-tool in case I need it. Oh, if I can get it out of the case. There we go. It does not have the level, which is why I grabbed my multi-tool pen. And I'm not really expecting to need this today, but this kit does light up, has an LED light. And so potentially I might need something like this to actually do that part, but I will not be doing that today. I'm going to start. Oh, I also have a glue stick. And if you were on earlier and watched me make a zine or finish a zine that I had started in a library workshop a while ago, I was not sure if that was the right glue, and I'm still not so sure. So I'm hoping to do stuff that doesn't need a glue stick in this next hour, because it, well, some of the stuff that I glued to make the zine came unstuck. So anyways, I took that wrapper off of this box. I think it's a super cute box, and I'm going to start by just opening it. I want to make sure everybody can hear me. I think, well, no one has said they can't hear me, so I will assume that you can. Okay, here we go. It opens up this way. Oh, and it comes with supplies too. So here, oh my goodness, this is the instructions. Folks, I was not expecting this to be so instruction heavy. This is pretty in depth. So you might just be watching me read stuff. But I have the instructions. I'm sure that will come in a lot of handy. And there's different bags. So this has a paintbrush, which I believe is for the glue, I think. Yeah, looks like it maybe came with some glue or paint, maybe. So we'll see, but it came with the paintbrush. And then the rest of this looks like it is all the stuff you need for the light. So if you look in the picture here, you can see that there is a light in the lower level of this loft room. And that's an actual LED light that will light up. So you have thing where you put the batteries, and and it does have the on and off switch, lots of wires in here. And I'm looking for the actual light. There's tweezers. I'm gonna leave all this stuff in here for now because I know I'm not gonna do that today. And I certainly don't want to lose any of these pieces. because I don't think that these are like things that you can lose and have it still work. All right, so then I have another bag full of pieces, and I think that this might be, I thought this was to make the bookshelf, but maybe not. All the bags are labeled on here. I don't know how well you can see that, but so each bag has a label, and I believe then you can find, oops, I dropped it. Let me get that. Dropped it and then I kicked it across the floor. Just one of those days. But anyways, if I open this up, has pretty detailed instructions. And then each of the pieces is labeled, and there we go, as it's focusing. So I'm not sure if this might be backwards for you. But each piece is labeled, and I think it comes from different bags. We'll see. All right. So these are the different sort of, what do they call these? Like, it's beads and things that you'll use to decorate stuff. So, if you look in here, there's lots of little beads, and then waiting for it to focus, maybe. So there's beads in here, and I'm guessing that these beads will be things like drawer pulls, doorknobs, light fixtures. And actually, yeah, here is the light for our actual LED light. So that's going to be very exciting. My brother-in-law is an electrician, and I would love to ask him for some advice on putting together the lamp part. I'm sure it's very easy. It's a DIY kit, just says 14 and up. I've seen people do it on YouTube, but I still get a little bit nervous. But unfortunately, he lives in Denver, Colorado, and I live here in beautiful Chattanooga, Tennessee. And it's like one of the last things I'm going to put together on this kit. So I don't know that I want to take it with me to Denver to be like, hey, can you help me so I don't explode myself, or something like that, but I'm sure it's fine. So here's some more pieces. I'm just taking them all out of the box. There is some stuff that you have to sew together. So if we refer back to the picture on the front of this cover, you can see there's a cat bed, there's a pillow, there's a chair. There's a couple of pillows in this actually. And so I am going to be sewing those together. Looks like there's even some rocks to make. Not sure exactly where those are going to go. Looking at my picture here, thinking maybe in these planters up on the top level. That's my guess. There's also some little flowers in there. Right here is my glue. So I guess I didn't need my glue stick. I can't remember the YouTube channel where I first learned about these kits, but I know on that channel, the person who ran it, I know she's from Austria or Germany, but she would put together these mini kits, and she I think would use different types of glue, not just necessarily the glue it comes with, which is why I thought, oh, I'll bring a glue stick. I think she would use them. This might not, well, this will have some. So there is a bookshelf. So there is going to be some like just cutting out pieces of paper that are book covers and gluing them to, I think, cardboard. And I think that's where the glue stick comes in handy. This looks to me like it's paint. But I guess we'll find out. Could be some sort of like epoxy, but I don't think it is. All right, and then here are our big pieces for the actual construction of the house, which is, I think, what I maybe will do today. And here's all our pieces of paper. So this is, I think, where you put everything. These are to help you make sure you have all your pieces, and it has the labels on it. So when you get these bags, you can lay them out on these templates, I guess, let's call it a template, and make sure that you know which piece is which. I think it's a lot like putting together flat pack furniture, but unlike IKEA, the pieces themselves don't come labeled, which doesn't surprise me considering those are human-sized furniture pieces. And this is, I think it's 1/24 size. Let me see if it says it on here. 1/24 seems accurate, but it doesn't say, but I'm pretty sure it's like 1/20 or 1/24. These are the pieces of paper that you cut out, and glue onto things. So, I mentioned there's books for the bookshelf. So these are those books that I will be eventually cutting out and gluing onto pieces of cardboard, maybe. I'm not exactly sure what. I feel like maybe, I'm trying to remember the last time I watched one of these. Some of them, they might not even, some of them are boxes. So these up here, you can see those are boxes that you glue together. The smaller ones, you might, are maybe even designed to just put together. There's pages for some of the books. Has been a minute since I did this. There's even signs that you put up on your house. So I hope this isn't this backwards for you. This might be backwards, but it's like wall art. So I love 3 things: nature, cat, and life. That's not unlike me, but it's, I don't think I would hang that on my wall, but I usually like to put art and stuff on my walls. So yeah, and then, it looks like I'm even gonna make some plants, I think, for those planters up at the top. Didn't realize those were gonna be paper. So it's mostly paper. We have some, it's like, is it balsa wood that you make like, toy airplanes out of and stuff? So some pretty cool things. And then this is some sort of lightweight cardboard, heavy duty cardstock, and I think there's another piece of cardboard in here. I can't get it out though, but it's separate from the box. There we go. So I'm not sure if this is something I'm supposed to use or if it's just reinforcing the bottom of the box. I did buy this kit online and it came as is, just with some plastic wrap around it. So it could be just to enforce it for shipping. We'll find out. All right. And then there's some stuff from the company that I don't really care about. I'm going to just set it aside. So I guess I'm going to start looking at my instructions. So I'm going to turn my camera down. Sorry, bear with me, folks. Now, is this as far as it goes? Oh, wait, you know what? I think, right, I can rotate the tripod. There we go. All right, so it's a little bit close to the ground. I'm going to put it on top of that box, my tripod. So we can get a little bit more height. And there. All right, it's not the steadiest that we've ever had, but that's okay. There we go. And hold on, I'm going to change my video settings because I do believe I can flip this. Nope, maybe not. Let me see. Nope, I am able to mirror my camera or my video, but it doesn't look like it's actually gonna, so it's all the words will be backwards, but that's okay. Things happen. We'll be fine. I'm the one that needs to read it. All right, so it starts out with some tips and it tells me the tools that are included. And then it tells me how to find the individual part numbers in the box. And so that is that is what these templates are for, just as I suspected. And oh, you do need to mark stuff. So I'm glad I have my little multi-tool pen with the rulers, but I think when it comes time for that, I may actually just use a separate ruler. It does suggest here, so there are some things that it doesn't include. It does recommend a full-size ruler, scissors, a utility knife, needle nose pliers, a clip, a screwdriver, a red pen, and a sewing needle. So those are things that some of them I have here. Actually do have a sewing kit here if I wanted to sew stuff today. And I kind of want to like make a thing. So I think I'm gonna get started on this bookshelf. So I'm gonna find my parts list for the bookshelf. And not this one. Okay, these are all the paper that I need to cut for things. So let's see. All right, does it tell me on here what I need for the bookshelf? It doesn't have the number. Let's see. Okay, so I think these parts are for the bookshelf. So if we look here, these look like the same shapes over here. This little bit. So they do look similar. So I think I'm going to start by locating those pieces. They're in this. So I have this. This looks to me like it's B4. And this is B3, B6, and B5. Okay, so I have those. I don't think any of these white pieces are for the bookshelf, I think. So I'm going to put the white pieces all back in the bag. I have a couple more of these sort of orange pieces. I think they're supposed to be like kind of like a natural wood, but they look pretty orange. They're like very peach. It's like a peach crayon color in person. I think on the camera, I think it does look a little bit more similar to the desk, which is more of a natural wood, but it's not like that in person. Okay, so I definitely need these pieces and this piece because these are over here. And let's see. I think the other pieces I need will be in here. Does it have, let's see. So this, I'm gonna refer back to my, oh, you can't see it. I was holding it up in front of me. So this is the finished product. I think this piece here is this roof piece, the like sunroof, I think. Questioning my words, so I don't need that. And I think these are also for the outside of the house. So I'm just looking. Oh, I think other pieces I need are these. Okay, here we go. I sort of expected them to all be in one box together, but all right. So I have A46. This is A47. And I'm guessing this one is A48. And then, yeah, I think the others are in this bag. So I'm going to get those pieces out. I feel like it's kind of an ASMR. Again, I'm going to just start by putting all of the white pieces. Actually, I don't think I started with this before. This time, I'm going to start by putting all of the white pieces back in this bag because I don't think I need them. ASMR in my microphone. I kind of like that noise. I hope you do. All right. Yes, and these look like a lot of the other pieces. On the last host, Dominique, when she was doing her nails, she mentioned that she watches TikTok videos of to see how other people do their nails and stuff. And I do like to watch some of the ASMR TikTok videos. I wasn't a fan of them on YouTube the same way. All right, so now I have two A43 pieces. I think this one here is, and I put this, it's a bottle of hand sanitizer. I just put it down to sort of hold that paper flat as I'm laying the pieces on it, in case you're wondering what that is. Oops. There we go. Just moving my camera slightly. So I'm just gonna put these pieces on these squares or on the template just to make sure I have all the pieces I need before I start. These all look like they are A44. I think this one here is the same size. Yes, there we go. And I think this is A49. I think we're looking for two pieces. I think it's these two. Yeah, this one is a different size. So I have my A49s. No, actually, I think these might be these are the A50s. They're a little bit bigger. All right, I think this one is the A49. Let's see. It is. I feel like I'm doing a puzzle here. I kind of am. If you were watching earlier today, Rachel was doing a bunch of puzzles, and I also love puzzles. My favorite puzzles are actually IKEA furniture and other flat pack furniture. And so this is sort of similar. I'm usually pretty good at flat pack furniture. Sometimes it's pretty tricky. All right, and then I have 4 pieces left, and those are my A45s. And I think I have all the pieces I need for my bookshelf. So now, oops. All right, so now I'm going to refer back to my instruction booklet. Hope I don't need the a clip for this because I have some, but I'm not sure where they are. All right, so I'm going to start by putting together, it looks like these are 2 boxes. One is made with the 4 A45 pieces, and one is made with the 4 A44 pieces. And I'm sorry that that's not in focus for you. So I'm going to start out, I think, or no, these are the A44s. So I'm going to start with that. So I think this is where they want me to use the glue that came in the kit. And I'm definitely not going to use the glue stick I brought because it is a repositionable glue stick, and it did not stick 2 pieces of paper together very well in my zine. So I don't think it's going to stick these pieces of wood together very well either. And so I have my glue. She's kind of stinky, makes me a little bit nervous to use this glue. But we'll see. If it gets real bad, then maybe I will switch. And where did I put? There are my scissors. So I'm gonna just cut this open. There, it has a little like noses. So I'm gonna cut this off. These scissors might be too small, actually. Get my bigger scissors. And there it goes. Ooh, where did it go? Well, I'll find it later. I do have a trash can over here. It's just a little trash can. It's not fancy, but I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. I found it, I think, at a thrift store. And I said, oh, that would be a great trash can for my desk. So I'm going to take my A45 pieces and I'm going to start gluing them together. Move my scissors out of the way. I'm going to set this over here. oh, there's the tip from my glue. Put that in the trash. And I am going to use this piece of cardboard that came in here just to glue on, I think. So one thing you never think about till you do something like this is the space issue. How do you do it all on camera? It's kind of tricky. So I'm going to take my 4 pieces of A44 wood, and I think it just is going to go together like this, like so. So I guess let's start by putting a little bit of glue on the edge of the first piece. It doesn't seem to want to come out. Let's cut through. Maybe I'm gonna open it up. Double check that there isn't something like, there isn't like a piece of foil or something I need to remove. There is a piece of foil I need to remove. Ooh. That makes sense. It does make sense. Get those scissors again. These are some tiny scissors that I like to use for cutting paper and stuff. I'm gonna wipe the glue off of them. Keep the scissors on the clean side because they're so nice and sharp. They used to belong to my mom, and she gave them to me when she was cleaning out her craft room to move a while ago. And they might be meant for fabric scissors, but don't tell Emily, who works in the studio, who's a big sewist, I think is the term. I don't know. Emily can correct me if that's not the term that she prefers. But fabric scissors are just for fabric. But I think if you say, well, these are paper scissors now, then it doesn't count as fabric scissors anymore. And I do some sewing, and I like to do embroidery and cross stitching and things like that. But I'm not such a sewer, such a sewist. But I do like to do stuff with paper. So for me, having these kinds of scissors that I'm using to cut this foil, which normally if I was at home, I have some crummy scissors that I would use to cut this instead, because I do like to keep my paper scissors nice and sharp. I like to do things like make collages and all kinds of paper crafting. And I like to use washi tape. So even though this kit comes with a lot of like all the decorations you need, I'm also planning, at least at some point, to make some of my own. And I will use things like washi tape for that. Okay, so now I should be able to glue this. So let's get a thin bead of glue here, and I'm squeezing very gently since it's my first time using it. I don't want it to all come out in a big glob. I'm squeezing a little bit harder than I planned to. Nothing is coming out. I think it's a very thick glue. Boy, I can't get any of the glue to come out. Oh, there's also a piece of paper in there. I think that was originally on top of that foil and it got stuck. I'm gonna look for something that I can use to poke it out. So I'm gonna see if this wooden dowel will work. Eventually we'll get there. Eventually I'll be able to start gluing. Nope, that won't fit. Let me try this model. And it will fit, but it's not strong enough to push that paper out. No. Let's see what I have in my desk. You know what? I wonder, I have some bobby pins in my desk. I wonder if I unbend a bobby pin. Let's see. Feel like a spy in a noir film. And it worked. It worked. Hooray. Oh no, I flipped it. All right, now it's out. Now I think we'll be able to start gluing. Oh, what an adventure. Always have to do something for the first time, at least once, right? There we go. And that's a little bit more glue at the front. So I'm actually gonna use that same bobby pin to just spread it out. I'm gonna take a little bit of it off. And I'm gonna put together my first two pieces. And I'm gonna just set them up like so. And I wanna make sure that that's a nice straight right angle. And that looks pretty good to me. So I'm gonna now do the other L. Then eventually I will glue the two together. Okay. Make sure I'm doing this so you can see it. And got a little bit better glue control this time. I'm still gonna sort of smooth it out a little bit. Yeah. Bobby pins are such useful tools. And again, going to press those together and then set it on this cardboard, just like that. Let those dry for a bit. While I do that, I'm gonna create another box. This is using my A45 pieces. So it's gonna be a smaller box. Yeah. I'm just gonna repeat that process. I'm gonna let this glue dry for a little bit before I try to put them all together. Just because that kind of makes sense to me. Make sure I'm doing this on the camera. Here we go. Ooh, see, the more you do something, the better you get at it. So my glue control is definitely getting better with this glue bottle. And again, I'm gonna let that dry for a couple minutes maybe. Not sure how fast this glue dries, but it's not quite super glue. So it's not like it's instantaneous, which is a good thing, especially, if you're doing a project like this for the first time. Ooh, I got very cocky with my glue control and I was bragging like, oh, I'm getting so much better at it. And then I really blobbed it on this one. So I'm just gonna scrape it off those sides and I think that's okay. I was a little nervous coming into this project, not because I've never done it before, but because I don't like having sticky things on my fingers. And this is a lot of glue and a lot of tiny things. So I'm already getting glue stuck on my fingers, under my nails and stuff. But, if I can't get it off with just soap and water, I'm sure it'll come off with nail polish remover. And actually it just peels right off. Oh, that's very lovely and convenient for me. All right, so while these are drying a bit, I'm going to take a look at what I can do next. All right, so it looks like I am going to be taking the A50 pieces and the A51 pieces and using them to create a box. So let's see, my stuff got moved off of its pieces. So I want to make sure I have the right ones. All right, so those are the A49s. These are the A50s. These are the A51s. So I'm going to take one A51, or sorry, one A50 and one A51, and I'm going to glue them together like I did with these. Right. And just smush them together. Right. Oh, that is not very straight. We can even it out. So I think we do want this to be a nice, firm right angle. And now I'm going to do it again with the other two pieces. Very excited to do the LED part. A few years ago, my sister for the holidays gave me this build your own robot kit, and it was made out of, again, I think it was balsa wood. But then it had a mechanical element. I can't remember. I've lost it. I don't know where it is. It got lost at some point, which was such a bummer. But I've moved a couple of times since she gave it to me. So things get lost in moves, you know how it is. And I think maybe its eyes lit up. I don't think it had a clock. I can't remember. But it was so much fun putting it together. It's a very similar kind of process, but it more snapped together, I think. And then I just used some hot glue to make sure everything was firm in there. But I really loved putting the eyes together. All right, so this looks like it is not quite dry, but dry enough. And I'm going to glue this box together. And you can see here that maybe it wasn't quite as a solid right angle as I thought it was. So the glue is still a little bit wet, so I can move it around if I need to. I think these are also going to be ready to go. So I'm going to start by putting some glue right here. All right. And then I'm going to take my other piece. And again, I'm just sort of adjusting it a little bit. And I'm going to put some glue on this end. There we go. And now I'm going to glue these two L-shaped pieces together. And ooh, it is a kind of wonky box. But that's okay. We can. Oh no, did I do it wrong? Oh no, I might have done it wrong. Uh-oh. Let's see. All right, I'm going to take it apart. And maybe my technique was wrong. She's not bowed so well for the other ones, but I'm going to take it apart, wipe off this glue, and my hands are going to get sticky, but I'll survive. All right, so maybe instead what I need to do is like, let's see, like this. Oh. See, if you look, it's very wonky. It seems like I'm doing it wrong. Let's see. If I go like this, and then this, is that better? Oh, that's better. It's not perfect, but it's better. All right, let's see. This is a little bit trickier than I thought. Okay, there we go. So that's, I think, what it's supposed to look like. I'm going to look back at this. You know what? No. Is that right? I think it's supposed to be this. How much? I just wasted like 20 minutes. But that's okay. Everything is a learning experience. We've done it. It's one of the things I like to tell people who come into the studio that, you know, because a lot of people, the first time you have to make a video or a podcast or something, it's very nerve-wracking. I think we can all understand that. And, you know, no one's an expert. You have to do everything for the first time sometime. Wes, who is the other studio librarian and is going to be joining us later, I'm going to steal one of the things that he says. When it comes to, the media content that we consume, movies, podcasts, music, things like that, the people that do it professionally are like Olympic level athletes at this stuff. So, the first time you play, basketball, you're not going to be Olympic level. You have to learn, you have to practice. And, once you practice, you start to get better at it. And it's the same thing here. I watch people put these things together or build their own from scratch. They've done it before. I've never done it before. So, it's frustrating to know that, you thought you were being clever about something and you weren't. But, things happen. I'm going to maybe let this dry for a second. Here. And I think that this was my problem, that I was doing basically these L shapes like I have over here, and I was going to glue them together, but I think it's actually supposed to be, I glue the two pieces on and then the piece on top. So I'm going to try that and see if that works better. So maybe a little bit more glue than I need. And it doesn't actually smell that bad. It's not stinky glue. I'm just not used to the smell of it, I think. I don't usually use clear glue. I think this smells not unlike, clear Elmer's glue, right? And then I'm going to glue this piece on top. I think that's how you're supposed to do it. Maybe let that dry for a minute. I'm worried about knocking over the pieces. Right, so then I have this one, and I think I would run into that same basic problem. Well, actually, this one doesn't seem quite as bad. So, let's see, maybe like this. So I'm gonna try this one and see if, yeah, I think that's actually okay. So I'm gonna start with this long piece. Go and then I'm going to put some glue on this long piece. I think this is correct. Ooh, glue around the tip of the bottle is already getting kind of blobby and dried. There we go. I'm definitely going to go wash my hands when I'm done with this live stream. Oh, I hate having glue on my hands like this, but you got to do what you got to do. All right, and so then I have this, and it's not quite perfect, but I think I can adjust it, and that actually looks pretty dang good. I think this one was not so bad. So here we go. It's good enough. All right, so now I have this piece and it's dried a little bit more. So now I'm going to put the glue across the top two pieces. Top at the ends. And thank you all for watching as I do this kit for the first time. It's new to me. It's not quite what I was expecting, but it's kind of fun. The pieces are so small, you kind of have to concentrate. So it's really nice when you're, really focused on something stressful, whether it's finals or whatever might stress you out. Then you can sort of relax a little bit. Hopefully, as I keep going, my glue will get a little bit less messy. Okay, here we go. I'm going to glue these together. So just like I did with, I think it was this one actually, I'm going to start by putting some glue across this edge here. And it's clear glue. obviously, because it's going to get places. But, you know, I don't think I like clear glue as much as I like white glue. I'm just old school, I guess, or just old. I'm going to just scrape some of this glue off of the sides because I know that it's probably going to come out of the sides anyway. And I want to just minimize the amount of glue that like leaks out. All right, so now I am going to fit these together and see, you can see that glue is coming out. And oh crumbs, I put it on the wrong edge, I think. Because see, when I do this, it's wonky. I think I actually want it to be over here. Is that right? It seemed like it was working when I tested it, when I put it together first. Wonder, what have I done wrong? Let's see, it's not perfect. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to take these apart and try again. Ugh. Sticky glue. All right. Trying to wipe off as much of that glue as I can. You know, of course, one thing that's nice about this kit is everything is so small. And I think you may not be able to see the edges, at least, of these pieces quite so well. So that's a relief for me since I'm not doing an excellent job at it. But we'll survive. Just going to be cleaning that out. And I'm going to glue this here across this piece. Keep it as straight and vertical as I can. And I'm going to do the same thing with this piece. Right, so there we go. And again, I'm going to let that dry for a minute or two before I try to put this top piece on, just because I don't want it to get too messy. But I have some more pieces right over here, these pieces that I can put together for this box. And yeah, I think so. This piece, this is A46, that goes in the front. And then I'm going to put A49. No, this is A48, excuse me. A40. Wait. Making sure okay, so this is A46. And then A47. Oops, goes here. And okay, and then A49 is on the bottom and the top, and this piece goes here, and then it's open in the back. All right, so I'm going to start. So I think this is the thing that I'm learning I need to check. So it does look like this will go here. So I'm going to do, I think, the pieces on the sides first. And I know it's going to go like this. So I'm going to take this piece, which is A47, and I'm going to glue it first. This is much messier than I had originally intended. All right, and I want to make sure I have this in the right direction, just because I am a perfectionist like that. So it's like this. Yeah, and then this piece will go here. And oops, I put too much glue on it, so it's kind of sliding around. But there it goes. Okay, and then this piece A48 is going to go here. Right? Yes. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put some glue over here. right? And I don't want to knock that other piece over. Be very careful. And here we go. All right, that's not so bad. And then these pieces will go on the bottom. So I'm going to let that dry for just a minute. And I think I'll come back over here. And oh, these are still a little bit too wet, maybe. But I think we'll be okay. All right, so I'm gonna maybe scooch this over just a tad. Here we go. And put some glue. And I'm going to take my final piece for this cube and plop it on top. Then just going to make sure that everything is nice and straight. And there we go. That looks good enough. I mean, I think that this building needs to have some, needs to be a little bit structurally sound, but I think that, it doesn't have to be perfect. No one's going to be living in it. All right. So I'm going to let this dry for another minute and I'm going to take a look at some other pieces. So this was me to glue some stuff on that figure. So I'm going to skip this step and I think I'm going to go on to, oh no, I guess I need these boxes to be done first. Huh. All right. Wow. Eventually put this so it's at least facing right side up for you. I think. Yeah. So even if stuff is backwards, kind of hard. But eventually, so I've started making all these boxes here. And then the boxes are going to have, I'm going to put these shelves on the boxes and it's going to ultimately create this bookcase. And then I have the books that I'll be putting together. Oh, I see what needs to be glued on. Okay, so this is sort of cool. All right, jumping ahead. So I was confused about this step 4, where trying to get it to focus, but there we go. Okay, so I was confused here in step 4. What am I supposed to glue there? And then I realized, so the P means paper. Over here, and I'm going to be gluing this paper to the sides of the cutouts so that it is yellow. So that's kind of cool. All right, I think that I think I'm ready to glue these pieces on here. And let's see, I think I'm going to be sliding them in. So it's going to maybe be a little bit trickier. But here we go. So it'll be like this. So I think what I'm actually going to do is put the glue on the inside of here. So it might not be perfect, but it's the inside of a miniature. You know what? Like, honestly, who cares if it's perfect? I know I said I'm a perfectionist, but I'm not a perfectionist when it comes to that. Yeah. I love to knit. I do a lot of knitting. If you've watched these live streams before, I think every other time we've done one, I have knit something, and I will have friends that will say, "Oh, can you teach me how to knit this thing?" And sometimes people get really worked up when they're making something and it's not quite perfect. And the thing that I always tell people when they're knitting, and this is, I think, true for everything that you craft, you will notice the mistakes you make, but no one else will. There are, I think, a couple exceptions to that. So I also like to cross stitch, as I mentioned. And again, I've done that, I think, twice before, at least once before on one of our finals live streams. And that is the one thing that cross stitching is much easier than people think it is, but you have to make sure that all your stitches cross in the same direction, because otherwise that is one thing that people, even if they don't know anything about cross stitching, they'll be able to tell that it's messed up and they won't know why, but it will like confuse your brain. And it took me a long time to realize that. I would make stuff and be like, why doesn't this look right? Why doesn't this look okay? And then I actually like read a book or maybe even watched like a YouTube video on cross stitching, and I realized, oh, it's because of that. So now I have this piece put together. It looks kind of good. I'm very sticky. Yeah, I wish I had some hand wipes, but it is clear glue, so it kind of just comes off if I rub my hands together, which is a relief, but very messy. Right, and let's see, I think I have about 4 minutes left before the next person comes on. And let me double check who that next person is, so I can give you a heads up. The next person, oh, it's Wes. Wes is going to be on in a couple minutes. Oh, I think he might be joining us right about now. And yes, Wes is going to start in a couple of minutes. So I want to thank everybody for joining me for this fun adventure today. I think I'm going to put the rest of my pieces away. So I'm going to take, not sure which bag they went in, but I think I can just put them all in this one. I'm going to make my nice ASMR sounds. Go in there. I'm going to box up the rest of this. This is definitely a more time-intensive project than the many YouTube videos that I have watched on them have made it seem. I'm going to come back over here. Oh no, there we go. Hi. Okay. Hi. I think my camera is uneven. I think it's at an angle, but that's okay. Ooh, and Wes is here. Hi, Wes.
What's up?
Not much. This is so exciting. Oh no, sorry. This is probably creating an echo for the people on YouTube. So I don't have headphones on or something. Oh, sorry, I muted myself. I'm going to turn it over to Wes so I can go and wash my hands and get the rest of this glue residue off. And then, yeah, I'm so excited to watch Wes tie some bow ties.
Hopefully everybody else is excited as you are. What's up, everybody? My name is Wes Smith. I am a studio librarian, and today I'm going to kind of dive into my passion, which is bow ties. It's funny, if you come to the studio, you probably don't see me wear bow ties at all, but I do own around 55 bow ties and a collection of ties and pocket scarves. So I thought, like, hey, people always like, hearing about bow ties. Let me, add to the collection of YouTube videos to show you how to, I'm not gonna say properly tie one. I do think it's like tying a shoe. Like the first way you learn how to do it, you continue to do it for the rest of your life. I don't know if the way I do is proper, but it's the way that I found success. And so hopefully you guys can find success as I did. Let's talk about like a little bit back to like what bow ties are. Like, when did they come into play? Do you have anything in our collection about bow ties? So just to give you a little bit of background on bow ties. And forgive me if anybody is actually a fashion historian watching this, and if I'm incorrect, I'm so sorry. But from my research, we can take the concept of bow ties going back to the 17th century. There were actually pieces of fabric kind of tied in knots around at this day and age around men's necks, came into really play during the 30 Years' War by Croatian soldiers, and that type of style follows way back through Western Europe, all the way to France. And then we have Pierre, and then we have we call him, I don't know if we will call him like the godfather of fashion, probably not really, but I think of the formal fashion change. We can go to Pierre, excuse me if I say this wrong, Lori Lillard. He's actually where we could name a tuxedo from in black tie fashion. His resort was called actually Tuxedo Park, which is where we get the name from. And he, a man of wealth, began to dress in black tie affair with the bow tie, and it just became synonymous with upscale fashion, upscale men's fashion at the time, I should say. And then, you know, of course, of fashion, things come and go in waves. And I think now, you know, if you're looking to the present day, I think bow ties are such a, you know, fashionable, easy to, it makes your outfit stand out depending on the there's so many different fabrics you choose from and stuff like that. And so I have a couple different things I'm going to show you guys today. We'll look at some different ways to different types of bow ties that I have. I'll tie a couple ties for you guys, and we'll go into tying a bow tie correctly and incorrectly. So I have four different bow ties for you guys today. And I'll take this one off as well. So this first tie I have is a Daniel Camus. This is a store-bought tie. You can tell it's a store-bought tie. It's due to, you know, I don't know if you guys can really tell, but the material on this is fantastic. It is easy to maneuver. It still has a little bit of padding in it, and it has our wonderful neck guidelines on here as well too. Got this as a gift from my mom. Thanks, Mom. When I joined my fraternity. And then we have a hand sewn tie. As you can tell, this was, it has no neck, guys. This actually was measured for my neck, maybe when I was a smidge bit smaller. So hopefully this actually can fit me still. You can tell this is actually this one was not hand sewn, but you can actually, both ties are really easy to make. You can hand sew these. Shout out to, if you're interested in the hand sewing kind of technique, shout out to Emily Thompson in the library. She does workshops on doing small things like hemming your pants and fixing your shirts. Highly recommend looking for that workshop in the springtime. But this was done via a machine. And we do have, there's actually sewing machines in the Hatchet Lab. And so here's a hand done one that I used to wear a lot. Another interesting bow tie that I have in my collection is a boutique bow tie. Back in my my college days, I actually used to sell these. These are bow ties with buttons on the back. So the premise of this was to, if you wanted that hand-tied bow tie look without getting a pre-done bow tie, you can buy one of these, because these were already pre-tied for you, and you can just snap them on in the front or in the back. We also advertise the ability to do one thing that we like to do, is if you wanted to mix and match two different pieces of fabric, if you're trying to be really out there and wild, a lot of you do that as well too. And so the first thing I think with having a great bow tie look is to actually iron the bow tie. Unfortunately, I do not have an iron me today, but to always just iron your ties, you know, depending on where you're going out and what you're trying to do for the night. Having a nice crisp bow tie is really where it's at. So the first thing I would do is, you know, we would iron our bow ties. The next thing I would do is we need to find, if you don't know your neck size, it's okay. For a long time, I did not either. And we can, a neck size is important because we need to know how much length you want for your bow tie. And so I am a 16 3/4 neck width. And so if you don't know, I'll start off a little bit on the smaller side so you can see what happens if it's too small. And I'll start off too large, and I'll get to my perfect neck size for me. I like wearing my bow ties with an Oxford style shirt. So this is an Oxford style shirt. We have two buttons right here. I like the Oxford style shirt because it allows for you to, you know, it gives that really crisp and clean bow tie look. And so I'm going to put the bow tie. We're going on the too short side. So I'm going to take a step back so you can see what I'm doing. And so depending on which hand you would like, whichever your dominant hand is, you might do the reverse of what I'm doing. So I do this right-handed. So this is my right hand. So I have a short right hand side and a long left hand side. So the first thing we're going to do, I'm just going to do a regular, I guess you can call that just a regular, maybe not a knot, but I'm just going to, man, what is that called? Huh. I'm drawing a blank for this simple procedure. I'm just going to guys kind of do it over under. So we should have a slightly longer side and a slightly shorter side. Again, this is mismeasured for my neck, and so it's a little more even than what we want it to be. But the first thing I'm going to do is with my left hand, I'm going to take the short side. I'm going to bring it up, and then I'm going to fold it in half, like this. And so I'll turn to the side. As you can see, I'm pinching it with my index and my thumb, like so. Again, I'll show it for you guys one more time. I'm taking my bow tie and I'm just folding it in half, like so. As you can see. And so I'm going to take my right hand and I'm going to pull down on across the butterfly, or I guess the half fold. And so what we're seeing right now, I still have my thumb on the back, and you can have your middle finger, index finger, I'm holding together. I am now going to grab with either both hands or with one hand. I'm going to take both ends together. I'm going to pull them to the side. And now with that, we should have a little hole right here that we're going to now stick what is going to be the long side. We're going to stick it through. We're going to push it all the way through the hole. So I'm going to push it through with my thumb. I'm going to grab it and I'm going to pull across. And then I'm going to fix I guess you can call that the wing of the bow tie on both sides. And so here we have, this is what happens when your bow tie is tied. This is not measured for my neck correctly. This is a little too tight. As you can tell, when we're tying the bow tie, you can already start to see the centerpiece is starting to widen right here from the fabric. And this is okay. If this is a look you're going for, that's absolutely fine. But if you want that kind of that really bow tie type of look, then we would definitely need to adjust our neck some more. So I'm adjusting the neck to what's going to look like, to see if it's a little too long here. And so again, I'm a 16 3/4 neck. I had this at just a plain old 15, and you saw how it looked. I'm going to take this all the way to the maximum. Hopefully the maximum. I've actually never gone this far. Let's go. See if I can get the 18 on here. So I got the 18 on here. And so we're going to see what it looks like when we have, when it's a little too long for our neck. And this is great practice too, because depending on how you want to wear your bow tie, how you want it to look, you might have it be either a little shorter than what your neck is, a little bit longer than your neck is. And depending on if you have a custom one you bought from the store, one that you got from boutique, they all might, even though they should be all measured correctly, you might want to wear them in a different type of way, depending on how somebody has cut out the fabric. So again, I'm going to take my two sides. I have a long side and a short side. I am going to cross the long side over the short side. I'm going to pull all the way up. I am going to tighten it. Now we have our short side. I'm going to take the short side with my left hand. I'm going to fold it over while grabbing, again, both the, I have my pointer finger and my thumb gripping it from the back. I'm going to pull over and I'll make sure this doesn't get folded over too much. Pull over right in that little divot right there, just from the natural divot of the fabric. So still sitting, still holding it together as such. I'm going to, with my left hand, pinch both of these together. If I was really tying this tie and I want it to be super tight, I'll also yank it down right here so it's tight on my neckline. But just since I'm going to take this off again, I'll just have it a little bit on the looser side. I'm going to take my right hand and my with still my long side, and I'm just going to pull it through. Pull through on the other side. Let me switch this way so you can see. So you can see how I'm just going to pull it all the way through. I like using my thumb. I'm going to pull it, and then we can adjust it to be how we want. Now, to get a tighter, well, I'll describe that once we have once I get from my particular size. But so far, this is a little loose. The bow tie, while it is tightened pretty good, it looks, I think, like a quintessential bow tie, besides our not being a little looser. And I've tied it in several different styles of bow tie knot, I guess you can call it. And this is the one that I always prefer because I can do this without looking in the mirror. There's other ways to get a little bit tighter, a little bit neater. But again, it's like tying your shoes. I don't know if I could unlearn how to tie my shoes to tie it the proper way. I always do my 2 bunny ears and keep them moving. But this is the way that I definitely like to have my bow ties sitting on me. And so we have our bow tie. I'm going to untighten it one more time. And then we're going to talk about, how to properly wear on your neck. We'll talk about good ways to clean and maintain bow ties. And we'll talk a little bit about doing just a simple necktie as well too. So again, I'm 16 3/4 neck. I'm going to just do it at 16 3/4. I might adjust it as well too. We'll see how I'm feeling today. The shirt is actually a little bit more looser on my neck than I want it to be, and so I haven't gotten size for a dress shirt in a while. That might be my weekend activity. So it's properly. I got it set for my proper neck. Again, I'll have a short side and a long side. I'm going to take the over-under technique. I'm going to pull it tight, actually, as if I was going to wear it around my neck for the rest of the day, which I am not. If you have seen me today, I am definitely wearing a sweater, not the shirt, because it is a little warm outside. But I'm gonna have it nice and tight on me. I'm gonna take my left hand, I'm gonna squeeze it, pinch it over to the top. I'm gonna take my, what is now my long side, I'm gonna pull it down, pinch my two together, pull it super tight, like I'm actually going to wear it. Pull it through. I'm going to adjust the wing, I guess, again, as I deemed it. And you can tell I actually tied it a little too tight right here, as it is a little too, it has It has pinched over just a smidge. If I was going out for a night on a town, I would actually redo this. And then, again, with any tie, we'll pull down our Oxford style shirts. Again, and a regular dress shirt will work for this as well too. This doesn't mean that you have to go out. You can only, the guy on this live stream says we can only do Oxford style shirts. No, you can do anything that you want. And again, here is my bow tie. It is semi even. Again, still don't like how this kind of came about. I probably would have retied it just to fit my my vibe I was going for the day. And again, if we take a look on the side, so we have our two wings that we pull through. They're both semi even with each other, and you are ready to go on a night on the town, or looking fancy for your birthday, office, or just want to look good. You have all of the skill sets now needed to do that. And this is just a simple pattern. Let's say you have something that you want to. Let's say you have something a little more. I like to call them freaky patterns. And so let's say you want, you have a pattern, or you have something that's like this. This is not as precise as my nice store-out ones, which take me from 13th and 3/4 all the way to 18 inches for a neck width. And so it's not so the one I have that's a boutique is not as fancy as this one. And so what do we do when we're not as precise with our kind of like necklines, our sizes? So I know these go from 14, 15, 16, and 17, or excuse me, 15, 16, 17, and 18 are what these buttons are, but what these buttons represent. And so, and this button represented when it is actually snapped at the clasp. And so what do I do when I don't really know what, my actual length is, or I wear it in between size? Now it'll depend on how you want to, what's your, again, I always like to refer, what's your look for the night. I'll do it on definitely back on the larger side. And by the way, this is one of my favorite patterns that I have. I'm just going to zip on through this one. And, for what helped me as well too, when I was learning how to tie bow ties, is if you can, practice with somebody else. Practicing on another person helps you learn how to do it backwards, which is super very much a handy trick to do. Ooh, this is a very bad tie. It's a bad tie because of how loose it is. And so you can see, again, bad tie because it's very, very much loose. Again, I would redo this one for a better size. But when I was learning how to do it, is just to learn how to do the opposite of what the person was showing me on. I learned, like, many of you probably want to learn how to tie. I learned via YouTube and watching and just moving my hands. But it takes a little bit of practice. And then once you get going, I typically now tie my bow ties without looking in the mirror. I used to tie them all the time, so I can tie them and go and be pretty good with it. And so I pulled this one in a little bit. And one thing I will say from having a lot of bow ties, and I'll bring back up my nice Daniel Camus, 100% silk bow tie. Just the material and the way that the material holds up really makes a difference when you're tying it. You guys probably can't tell from from how between this one and this one, but just this, you know, cotton one with a little bit of all my fashionistas, I can't think of the filler material that you put in for something like this. Same thing that you do for if you were like hemming your pants. This is not stiff at all. And so I would actually put a little bit, I'll probably starch this a little bit to let it kind of like sit and hold the way I want to be. These two bow ties just tie completely different. They're again, this is loose and fluffy, and you know, I would use this I would be tighter with this one than I would be for the nice kind of like official bow tie. Not official bow tie, but like a major retailer bow tie. And if you're interested in making your own bow ties, there's plenty of cutouts. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the word I'm looking for. Cutouts that you can use to cut your fabric on to make your own bow ties. And you know, you can do a simple hand sewing to create your own custom look for, again, bachelorette parties, birthday parties. Again, not happy with my top, not whatsoever, but you know, again, it's one of those things of practice makes perfect. And then my last bow tie I'm gonna show you is the one that was custom for me when I was in college. Neck might have been a little bit thinner than this one. This probably will not fit on me whatsoever, but we'll give it a go because I picked it up out of my tie rack. And this does not fit, but it's always good practice and good to see. So you can tell how this does not fit due to we only have about an inch on, you know, less than an inch on each side. It doesn't have a nice, you know, we can tell by our center piece is a little too fat, and you know, it just doesn't look that good. I should probably think about retiring this one, but like any tie, has a little bit of sentimental value. Last but not least, I want to show you guys is I do have a regular old tie here. I'm just going to show you a simple, I believe it is called a four in the hand method of tying a regular tie. So again, tying ties, there's several different kind of, like, you might have heard of your dad or mom tying Windsor knots and stuff like that. This is just my go-to if I have to wear a tie, which I really do. If I had an option, I'll wear bow ties. But what I'm gonna do is, you know, hopefully take a step back so you can see a little bit better. So I have we're gonna have a long side and a short side. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this and we're just going to do a over under. I'm going to bring my over under top, and then I'm going to wrap it again. And so I guess this is technically like a half Windsor the way I'm doing it right now. And then we're going to, so we have two over unders. We have a slightly thicker side right here. I'm going to take my my fat end of my tie. I'm going to wrap it around as such. And so I'm wrapping it around my double my double knots right there. Bring it up, bring it around, come underneath, bring it all the way up. We're gonna come through. There's a hole that was created when we wrapped it around. We're gonna pull it in. This is not as nice of knot as I want it to be. And one thing that with ties, you're gonna want it to be, this is actually the perfect length for me right now. I like to have it should be right above your kind of like your pants line. It shouldn't be, you shouldn't have like an overly long tie. We can take the extra piece of my tie, and those who have ties know you can just pull it in the back. We don't want to have any extra bit of the tie, the long piece of tie coming past this. That means we need to retie it. You guys wear a nice tie clip. Knot is not as tight as we could make it, but depending on your style and how you like to wear it. We have our wonderful half Windsor knot, and then again with a nice blazer. Look professional for your whatever activity you are going for this after, or for the evening, for work, for anything like that. And then while you're at your favorite store, I always recommend this blazer does not have a front pocket for a basic handkerchief, but I always like to, when I'm going out, I always like to have a handkerchief, a pocket square. I always like to have a pocket square when I am out for the nights. And I would just typically take whichever a nice pattern that I have. I have several. Fold it into a square. I'll take my pocket square in one hand. I'll make a circle with my other hand, pop it down, and then I will stick it into my my blazer for the night. If you have any questions about just kind of looking up some bow ties or ties, feel free to always stop in the library. Again, I love talking neckwear a lot. If you're in a rush and need somebody to tie something, feel free to come see me. I am more than happy to. I can tie it with both hands. Basically mirrored, how I tie it, I can tie it on somebody else as well too. So if you ever need help, feel free to come out and hang out with us in the library. I can get you all squared away. But my time is unfortunately up for the session. I can go on about bow ties, but if you have any questions, feel free to again stop back by. I want to pass it back along to Rachel as we do some more puzzling crosswords, right?
Yeah, that's right. Hey, I could also talk about menswear and ties all day long. So, looking snazzy, but I know it's a little warm outside, so Wes is probably going to take all that right off.
It is a little warm outside. Yes, it is, and I'm coming right off this. Again, thank you guys for your time, and look forward to seeing you around the library.
I'm getting my screen that I want to share up, so pardon me while I do that. All right. Now I'm waiting to see how it look on the stream. Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to more puzzles with me. I just love puzzles. That's all I can say. So during quarantine times, I just I did a lot of many kinds of puzzles, and I got kind of bored with doing American style crossword puzzles. So I started to do some British style puzzles. And one of the kinds of puzzles I have in British newspapers is a cryptic crossword. And so we're going to try and do one of those today. It's been a while since I've done one, so it might be a struggle time. But the online cryptic that I like to do the best is this Lovett's puzzle. It's actually from Australia, so it's a little bit easier than what I find in the British newspapers, which are just too hard for me. And also they use just a ton of like local knowledge that I don't know about. If they had a bunch of clues about Iowa, I would be all over that, but I just don't know kind of British idiom and British local clues. But the cool thing about a cryptic crossword is the clues have the answers in them, but cryptically. So we will, let's actually do one tiny bit of this crypto quiz, which kind of does a little bit of explaining how cryptic crossword clues work. So, in a cryptic, like one at one end, either at the beginning or at the end, there is going to be the definition. And in this one, I catch breath, I think is it, because at the other end it says oddly enough, which is a wordplay indicator. So I'm going to take the odd letters of this middle part, glass spa, GASP, gasp, which means catch one's breath. So that is how a cryptic clue works. We'll do one more and then we'll try and get into a puzzle. Move to ban red taco when it's aerated. So to ban red taco is just a weird phrase, and move might be an indicator of an anagram. So I want to say, because I've got these clue, things. So I want to say carbonated, because that's aerated water. Yeah, so that's right. So yeah, move, and then a anagram. So if you find these fun, but the puzzle is a little much, start out with that crypto quiz, and that's a kind of real fun way to start. So let's do Monday's puzzle. Don't want to spoil today's puzzle in case there's some like folks in Australia watching the stream. I don't know, maybe my buddy is watching. And then the style of this crossword looks a little bit different than your typical New York Times crossword. It's in the British style where they've got kind of like alternating clues. It's just a little bit harder, but British crosswords, they tend to be like a little bit more like a test of vocabulary and common knowledge. So yeah, so it's not just like, finding out where letters go. Clients redesigned outline plate, 7 letters, and I'm counting letters in the word clients, 6, 7 letters. So clients redesigned outline plate might be an anagram of clients. That means outline plate. But I'm not getting anything. From that. Cheese used in apricot tarts. And in is my clue right here. So cheese that is inside of the clue apricot tarts is ricotta. Yeah, and it turns green, telling me I'm right. Sign on, even for tavern. So tavern, I think, is the definition. Because if I take the even letters of sign on, it makes inn, which is a tavern. Remember to come again. Remember to come again. Oh, I'm going to get that on the next go around. 100 grow old in wire enclosure. Wire enclosure. Yeah. I think this might be mesh, but I'm not sure why. So I'm going to skip it. In this clue, you see it says 4, 2, 3, 4. That means there's 4 words of those various lengths. And I'm going to wait until I have some hints. Hitchcock movie flyers. Well, that's going to be birds. The Birds, which is a Hitchcock movie, and also are flyers, aren't they? The Birds. Follower of Brahma is inside behind us. So inside of behind us, we see Hindu. Ideal, said to be perfect. Said to means it sounds like. So if I say ideal, I might say ideal. Doing along pretty great. Feeling good about this. Sneakily laces tea to increase intensity. I want to say that is an anagram of laces tea. Escalate. Yeah, how about that quick anagramming? Nightcap picked up by breathalyzer, and that's another 4-word clue. Some kind of alcohol situation. Marine creature close up. Marine creature close up. I don't know about that. Use gin to confuse mastermind. I think that that's an anagram of use gin. That means mastermind, which would be genius. And that's me. Odd scene to witness. Odd letters of scene is SEE, which means to witness. Gosh, I'm feeling really good. Watch me like not get any more clues right. Sporting associations, question mark, which means it's something funny. There are 20,000 of them under the sea. So these clues, yeah, it does in fact make me laugh. And it's a joke. So 20,000 leagues under the sea, and sporting associations are leagues. Genes, is that covered in book 1? And this is just right out there. Book 1 is Genesis, which genes is right there in the clue. Now let's run through these down ones, hey? Cut favorites into bits and pieces. I don't know about that. Boredom goes on, we say. On we say, on we say, on we. Eric fit to review Kate's documents. Yeah, I don't know about that. Behold the feline Edward found. I want to think Edward means ED, so found might be the definition. But that would be sea cat, something like that. We'll see. We'll see that it was close. Depends what you hear about realize. So here is my clue here, and realize is the clue. So a homophone for realize depends on realize. Ted hung around Hank and expressed his gratitude. So Ted is going to be around Hank, and that's going to mean expressed his gratitude. So we're going to put the T here, and then we're going to put Hank, and then the rest of Ted, and we're going to get thanked. Compensation for making men sad. That's 6 letters, and men sad is going to get anagram to amends, which is compensation for. Citadels seen around grocery shop. So yeah, I've got an idea of where that's going, but I would like some more hints. Unnecessary. Unnecessary to taunt the Gestapo. I'm looking at how many letters is in Gestapo. Unnecessary to taunt the Gestapo. I don't know about that. 3D scene depicts drama about one duck. About seems to be an anagram. No, it can't be because it ends in A. Drama. .3D diorama. So we've got drama. Roman numeral for 1. No, that's not right. Oh man, 3D scene. I think I just can't spell that. Something. Let's get one more clue in there. Getting harder to put into context. To put in. Getting harder to put into context. All right. Well, this one's easy. Truck fuel discovered in Eddie's elevator, and I see right inside of Eddie's elevator is diesel. Diesel, and it's spelled out for me, which I really thank you for because I don't know how to spell diesel. K taken in by strange stone signs. K taken in by strange stone signs. Strange stone signs. Nope. Part of, so maybe another inside of Boa's Island Sanctuary, and I think it's sanctuary is the clue because inside of Boa's Island I see oasis. All right, let's see what else we can get in here. Like I said, I haven't done one of these in a while. 100 grow old. Grow old. Age in oh, 100. So Roman numeral for 100 is a C, and grow old is age. So we get cage, which is a wire enclosure. All right. All right. Let's see what else we can maybe take a look at. I wish I had like an easy anagram solver, so like tells you, helps you anagram stuff. Sometimes I like to just like put in the letters. We got, and I'm looking for something that means outline plate. Oh man, not having any luck with that. Cut favorites into bits. Cut favorites into bits and pieces. Right. No, we weren't having any luck on. It's getting harder to put into context. Sometimes you're just not as smart as you think you are. I've got a backup. I think we might do a speed run of the USA Today puzzle. That one's going to be fun. What else we got? Remember to come again. Recall. So call is to come, and again would be so recall. All right, let's see if that helps us any. I really think so. This is cat is feline, and Ed is for Edward, and found is a located, and lo is behold, right? That was satisfying. I'm still feeling like this is an anagram of clients, but I have no idea how it works. Eric fit to review Kate's documents with a question mark. Eric fit to review. Eric could be inside of, but it could also, these names could be indicating like some other, a person or something. Citadels are like castles or armories or something like that. Not having any luck. Gestapo is 7 letters. I guess, but it doesn't have 2 E's in it. Unnecessary. Let me know in the chat if you've got some hot tips on this. Getting harder. Getting harder to put into context. Put into, so it could be to put into context. I want to say that this is ing because it's put either, even if it's getting, it's a gerund form and it's put into context, which might also be a gerund form. So that's not much help. Hinges doesn't fit there, but also K. Gosh, I'm really struggling. I thought I would be able to just pick this right back up. Whiplash can be a bore, it says. And it's got 4, 2, 3, 4, and I see 4 at the end. And then I see the 3 has a T blank E, which will most likely be the. And whiplash would be a pain in the neck. Yeah. Which is also a bore, right? No? Enjoying this? No? Cut favorites into bits and pieces. Pieces is 6. Let's try this other nightcap picked up by a breathalyzer. Three, 3, 3, and 4. I think alcohols that are 3 or 4 letters is like port, gin. Yeah, not getting a ton of ideas there. Not getting a ton of ideas there. Citadel C. Getting harder to put into context. Okay, taking it. Strange stone signs. I'm not talking enough. Sorry, guys. Marine creature. Close up. Creature. Marine. Marine would be C. C. I want to see if this is seal. Seal. I don't know why L. Maybe for close, but marine would be C. Yeah. So I still think this is like diorama that I can't spell. I don't know. That's what I think it is, but I don't, it's not working. So I must be wrong. Drake would be a duck. 3D scene. Dramatize. Depicts, well, drama about one duck. One duck. which means I have no help because I can't get this clue. So no help there. Citadel seen around grocery stop. Grocery stop. So we think this is Citadels, or do we think this is a grocery shop? How long am I going on here? I'm going for a whole hour. I'm trying to decide when to throw in the towel and do an American style crossword. Eric is 4 letters. Fit is 3. That makes 7. And Kate is 5 more, which makes 12 with 2 I's and R and an A. So I think this might be an anagram of Eric, Fit, Kate's. So ER, I see. FITCES. So what could this be? Certificates. Certificates. Awesome. Clients. So we still have this redesigned outline plate. So we've got C and an L, an I, we've got an E, an N, a T, and an S. Stencil. Oh, see, it seems so obvious now. An outline plate is a stencil. It's a little bit of idiom that we wouldn't quite, I don't think, say that in the States. Cut favorites into bits and pieces. Now, so cut is snippets. Yeah, I don't know entirely. Snip for cut and pets for favorite. All right. But all of that just finished this top section, and I've still got all of this bottom, which really was not helped out by my progress on the other side. Nightcap. Scene. I'm going to take this out, see if I can't. I've got an E here that's sneakily trying to tell me. It makes me want to put this first word as the, but it's probably not a good idea. Nightcap, picked up. My breathalyzer. I mean, my brain just wants to be like nip of gin, and that's like wrong in every way. So the Gestapo could be SS, right? The would then have to be, or just right, you know, would have to be the, because it doesn't mean, and then taunt would too unnecessary. to taunt would be, it would be something idiomatic. Maybe to taunt the unnecessary, be something. And I got half of it, but not the useful half. Arr. Depicts drama. Depicts drama. Depicts drama about one duck. One duck. One duck is also 7 letters, but we've already got 2 A's. See, drama about maybe just one duck or one duck. No. One duck. Oh, see, that's definitely how you spell diorama. Totally knew that. Oh, now I've got this with just this O, nightcap picked up by breathalyzer. If you had a drink that was picked up by the breathalyzer, it'd be the one for the road. Oh man, just one little hint. Okay, getting harder to put into context. Setting, which means both getting harder and put into context. So it's a double definition. Oh, okay. Now I'm feeling better. Hopefully we can get this whole thing. Maybe I'll use a hint if I don't get there. Unnecessary is need. So to taunt is to needle, and then Gestapo is SS. And then we've got K taken in. Stone sign. So I've got S, E, and O, which is stone. So I want to say that there's a K in with stone. So be S, T, maybe just going to brute force this a little bit. Maybe strange zone signs. Strange zone signs. Oh, this is gonna make me crazy. Seen citadels. Seen around grocery. Around. I'm really struggling with these last two, and I'm gonna get a hint, y'all. It's okay. I'm just gonna get this first letter. D. A D. It's a D. citadels seen around the grocery shop. I'm going to get another hint. It's fine. I can use a letter. Oh, now I know it. But I'm see if I can find out. Good Tessin. Let's see if we can figure out why. Okay, so here we have Citadel, right? It's messed around. Citadel. And Essen being a brand of grocery store, not. So that's a little bit of other local knowledge. And then I'm going to get this middle letter here. It's all right. Just a little clue. That's where the K goes. K, taken in by strain shown signs, maybe a token. All right, we got it. We got there. Just a little bit of hint. Get us to the end. It's all right. Had a fun time. And you can see that we came in very nearly last. But that's all right. We had a fun time. Let's do another crossword, right? I'm on here for another half hour, right? I'll have my stuff up. So let us do the USA Today crossword. USA Today crossword. Oh, we get Ryan Reynolds playing us an ad. I'm just going to go over here for a minute. The USA Today crossword had a bad reputation for a long time because it was like supposed to be an easy and approachable puzzle, but the clues were really terrible in a way that was like it was just not fun, right? So in the past few years, they've really come around, and the puzzle is not hard, and the clues are really fun. So if you are thinking like, oh, I try to do the New York Times crossword puzzle, but it's too hard and it's really frustrating, but I enjoyed, doing a puzzle. I really recommend the USA Today puzzle to, as something to start or something to, add to, your crossword rotation. And you can always play today's puzzle for free online, which is what we're doing. Hope it's okay. I don't know the legality of this entire thing. So lots of short words, and this is the American style where all the letters are next to each other. And I can see my clues, both highlighted. One is across, and I got a small highlight on the down clue. And I think if I hit spacebar, it's gonna, nope, it's not gonna do it. If I click it, it's going to flip between the two. And if I tab, it's gonna go to the next one. All right, got those controls underway. All right, let's see. I'm speed run it. We got 20 minutes. I should be able to finish this much faster than that, one hopes. Tach reading. So that'd be the reading of a tachometer, which would be the rotations per minute. Wager, three-letter word that means wager would be bet. Gets larger. I want to say it's grows. And then I'm going to check when I kind of know a thing, but there might be several answers. I kind of check the down clue, and it says Hansel's sister, which I know that one is Gretel, right? So grows fits that one. Artist Abdu, right? I don't know. That's one of the things that they've been really great in doing, is like bringing in really more current, popular knowledge. Lopsided victory is a route. And I would again check that with my down clue, and I get Jane Eyre author, which is Bronte. So I can do that one. Bird in the Crow family. Oh no, this one is, Gretel, right? So That helps me know it's Raven. Pass without saying hi. I don't know. Feeling, that's French for already seen, is déjà vu. Adolescent is a teen. Disney theme park. Don't know what that is. A table support is a leg. And when I do this, I kind of like check the down to make sure they're making sense. And check this one. I don't, because, you know, WEVE is like, that's not a word, but I checked the down clue and it's, I don't believe blank met. So I don't believe we've met. That's correct. So that whole section looks good to me. Overtime loss in the playoffs, for example, several words, it's long. You're right. 6 letters. I don't know. Very tasty. I don't know. Chop blank. Probably what? Chop suey? Sang at top volume. Or that's the down one. Brain section. A lobe, right? A lobe of your brain. John Cho is in the new Cowboy Bebop. See how current that is? So current. With 38 across, you know I got you. And that is a long clue. It's both this one and that one. I don't know what it is. With 30, great. You know I got you. And then it's city in 38 down. What's 38 down? The Sunshine State. What was that, Arizona? Small Scottish dog breed. Yeah, maybe a Yorkie. That's not Scottish. Bus routes that end where they begin. They are loops. I'm impressed. I don't know. There's a lot of things for that could be. Mischievous. Aid and abet. Singer with song titles at 16, 18, 23, and 35, 38 across. Oh, that's awesome. So you tell me if you know that. A male honeybee is a drone. Very strongly dislike. Don't know. Opposite of liability is an asset. Uses a username and password would be to log. Logs in. And now we're on to the down one. Uncooked. Raw. Flat landform. And we've got a P and a U at the end. So plateau. This is confirming all my odometer reading. Odometer measures your mileage. Charlotte Bronte, we knew. This is actually a pet peeve of mine, if I may. Well, it's not that so much this, but sometimes like setters will use like a letter like an enye or something, but it's only an enye, you know, in one the across clue, but it's not an enye in the down clue, and that bothers me. And extremely long period of time is an eon. A yam or a cassava, for example, is a tuber. Use a keyboard. Type. Washington. Kerry Washington, right? Walk on by. Oh, I think I've got it. Okie dokie. Epcot goes across. And then academy trainees are cadets. Third person possessive pronoun, his, now I'm spelling that across one, the 23 across seems to be heartbreaker. Sang at top volume is belted. And significant wealth would be riches. Oh, okey doke. I know, because I glanced at this, it's very tasty. And I thought, but I didn't have the nerve to put in delish. You know how we always say something is delish. Passageways for elevators. Elevators live in shafts. Deep frying need. What do you need to deep fry? It's some hot oil. That's awful news. Oh no. Oh no. Awful is bad. One of the 5 pillars of Islam. Maybe be Hajj. Let's see. That's what they would use because it's most widely known. The Sunshine State. Well, I might have something wrong in here. Raptors, right, have a dinosaur mascot. Maybe I'm all right. I don't know. Ins and outs. Oh, that's what friends are for. Oh man, I got some. Oh, Florida is a sunshine state. Spanish for king is Ray. Old Bay seasoning. Line on a map. Is a topo. I would. Oh well, line. Oh, or a road. Gotta check the across to make sure that your answers are making sense. Line on a map. A bullseye hitter is a dart. The dart hits the bullseye, not the thrower. City in Florida is Orlando. Everything else is looking good. I'm impressed. Dionne Warwick. Yeah, that's our girl. Very strongly dislike. Dionne Warwick, very good at Twitter, you guys. Wren is a bird with a silent first letter. They're not silent. They're very, very loud. Drops on morning grass are due. To any extent is at all. Son of Kanga is Roo from your fave and mine, Winnie the Pooh. Dog's tail motion is a wag. The I in FWIW, for what it's worth. Tai Chi. Actor Ryan Ken, who I don't know, but I know a very strong dislike is a loathe. Small, what we got? Darn, for I'm impressed, and a small Scottish dog breed. Is oh, and then the other one is 5 pillars of Islam. Oh no, I've got to the end. I need a hint. A Westie. A Westie. There we go. Geez, just think about it for a minute and then you'll get it. I have expert mode turned on because otherwise the clues will turn blue, which I liked in the cryptic puzzle because I'm very bad at them, but I don't like it in the American crosswords because I'm good at them. So I wonder if I can. Does it tell me? Am I done? Did I get it right? Do I have something wrong? Oh no. Hope I don't have something wrong. Oh man. Let's see. RPM, wager grows. Do Ollie, upside of Raven, walk on by. Deja vu. Yeah. Teen, Epcot leg. Heartbreaker. You're right. I agree. Very tasty. Delish. Chop suey. A lobe. John. Oh. That's what friends are for. Orlando. If you know where I've got something wrong, tell me. I thought it would tell me if I finish it. Orlando. Westy. Loops. I'm impressed. Sly. Dart. Embed. Drone load asset. Logs in. I think this is all right. I don't know if I've got something wrong. Oh, see, I've got something wrong. Well, tell me what I got wrong. Yeah, well, I want to see it. What did I get wrong? Tell me. I have a terrible tendency to just spell things wrong and then just be mad about it instead of like learning. Damn. So this is my, what's missing here is my knowledge of Islam. So I feel very upset about that. All right. Well, that's a quick look at a fun crossword. And you can see, like, you know, it's not, the clues are challenging and up to date. Like, you normally in crosswords, one of the complaints is, you know, like all the pop culture is like from the 60s, but like Kerry Washington, and then I'm like, you know, I can look up like, who is this artist? You know, I don't know. But you can also look up Dionne Warwick, which you should, and you should, I'm definitely gonna go put on a playlist after this. Let's fill out the time since we've got a few minutes left. And we're gonna wait for who's ever left. Let's do some crypto quiz.
I'm here, Rich, whenever you feel like.
Oh,
yeah.
Wes is back. All right. Well, I mean, I did my two things and I failed at both of them, but but had a fun time. And I'm ready to hand it back over if you're ready.
Yeah, give me a. I'm doing some coloring over here. Hopefully.
Getting that screen live. Well, I hope everyone out there is having a great day, and I hope you go outside and take a walk because it's extremely lovely outside. Oh, got your out of focus coloring book.
Right.
Yeah. You got to wave your hand up near the camera. Try and get it to refocus.
Drop it down some. Maybe we can get to.
Well, it's super out of focus. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm gonna hand it over to you, Wes. Good luck with your tech.
Thank you so much.
And have some fun coloring.
I will. What's up, guys? I hope you enjoyed my earlier bow tie. Oh my gosh, I'm all over the place. Bow tie session that we had earlier today. See, this wants to focus for me. Perfect. So I thought we should do something a little more just relaxing and non-fashion related. I picked out a wonderful coloring sheet from Crayola.com. And I picked my kind of favorite summer. My favorite season of the year. I truly enjoy summer. And so I'm just gonna draw, chit chat, tell you my musings of summer. I am not a great artist by any means, but I thought it'd be fun to do something a little bit different. I am starting off with the golden yellow from who's it by? Sergeant Art. I'm just gonna do my wonderful pineapple. But I look forward to summertime just due to, I don't know, I feel this freedom from summer. And that could be kind of that old school when you're a kid, nothing like summer, even though there's nothing wrong with fall or springtime. The summer is all about that whimsical feeling of just kind of going off and doing all types of, I don't know, all types of fun kid things. It makes me wish for my youth again, even though I'm not that old. When I was a kid, I feel like my childhood was one of those not necessarily Sandlot type of movies, but it's very much like it's off and run around the street and play games and have fun. For all of the artists who are watching me color in this pineapple, I am pretty sure my technique is lacking a little bit. But for all my people who are listening, this summer, I do want to remind everybody that one of Chattanooga's not biggest, but one of the more unique festivals is happening this Saturday off of Main Street is Main by 24. The all-day festival happening off of Main Street, located about 20-minute walk from here. Fun activities start at 8 p.m. and run until 8 a.m. On the main stuff happens 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. on Sunday. So hopefully you can, if you got some time, with activity for all age groups. It's a very fun way to spend a first week in December. I always wanted to be a artiste. But I guess like anything, I don't practice enough to be good or be better, I should say. Hopefully you guys can hear that great pencil sound. This is a wonderful dark green that I'm using for this pineapples. I guess stem leaves, I guess that's how you would classify that as. as I'm just musing around my thoughts, I just finished Dune, after watching the movie. No, don't worry, no spoilers for me. But I have to, if you haven't got a chance to read it, listen to it, or watch the movie, it is a great, great listen for audiobook, great read, great movie. Highly recommend. If you look for any wintertime reading. If you enjoy books with some awesome world building, and it's definitely for you, and are a fan of like Star Wars or science fiction in general, you will love it. One of my favorite summertime trees is a watermelon. Nothing like an ice cold watermelon on a hot day with some Kool-Aid. Hope everybody's had a great fall semester. Ooh, getting a little dark in here. Maybe if I complete this by the end of this session, all you cool cats and kittens out there can come to the studio and take a look at it. I'm looking good here. I don't know what this piece is. I'm trying to think of what a watermelon looks like. Like, what would you do the rind as? Is that like a lighter? Do you do the rind like a lighter green? Then you find like a darker leaf green for the rind. Is that a mix between like? Is that mix between like red and green? Is that how it is on a watermelon? So what are those flip-flops? I don't know, whenever I think of flip-flops, I think of like orange dots. And yes, I'm just kind of like coloring things that they pop into my mind. Hmm. May have made a grave mistake. I don't know if I like my flip-flops being orange and blue. I guess that's the thing with once you start coloring, you kind of set on the first thing that you, I'm not skilled enough to blend in other colors. So I'm kind of stuck with what I got here. I should have picked out one of those adult coloring books. Would it tell you? I guess not adult coloring books, just coloring books in general tell you paint this color, paint this color. One is a blue. What is this? This is a beach ball. Oh, is that a life? Not life vest, a life buoy, maybe is what it's called. This yellow orange is not dark enough. Maybe I'll go over with some gold. Shout out to our assessment and outreach librarian for letting me borrow some color pencils today. Most appreciated. Guys, I literally just picked up 3 tan pencils and I'm really thinking that they're gold. And look, I found me some gold. Damn. It is kind of broken, but that's okay. We will make this work. Oh, it looks so terrible. It's like you just make your face so quickly with coloring. What is it that Bob Ross says about painting? These are just happy little accidents. And the grain, close to the grain. That's not a happy little accident. Really like this sap green. Actually looks really good. I actually like it, how close it is to some other colors. Sorry for moving this so much, guys. Hmm. Hmm. Undecisive I am. Golden red, maybe. Oh, that looks terrible too. What a bad color combination. I typically think myself as good picking colors, but I'm just not hitting the mark today. Everywhere I can go wrong. Color beside the pineapple, I'm going wrong. Hmm. Maybe blue will make it pop some more. Sorry about that, guys. Maybe if I make it big, you guys can auction this Wesley original off. Give the proceeds to the university, no library. Bad job picking these two greens. Ah, bah. For these water drops, drop some pineapple. Like what's the point of them in this coloring page? Gold does not look as good on the like, I don't know if you guys can tell, this is like the gold on the outside and then the gold tip. The actual color itself is more of a not gold, more like a brownish, more tan than anything. Or is that because gold is more of like more of like a sheen type of like coloring? Like you can't really tell it's gold if it's like the sheen of it is gold. I think that's one of the mysteries of the universe. Kaleidoscopes and pop. Color pencils. I feel like maybe I'm just in the green mood today. It looks like it's a lot of green. And red and yellow. We're looking like the holiday season this summer, the winter holidays this summer, I should say. Hmm. It's kind of hard to see what that should be. Hmm. Confusion is afoot. One of my favorite summertime beaches to go to is St. Augustine, Florida. Random, I know. But, you know, drawing summer makes big summer. Thanks for the beach. Ooh, love to go back. And it looks like my time is essentially up. This go around. Thanks for joining Wesley's Coloring Hour. Next, we're gonna Emily do some embroidery, right?
Yep.
Doing some embroidery. If you like this wonderful piece of artwork, feel free to come by and see it in the studio. It'll be hanging up halfway completed. But again, thanks again, everybody, for joining in. Special thanks to Sarah Cantor for organizing this all together. And I'm gonna pass it along to the next presenter.
Hi, everyone. Now I'm not on mute. My name is Emily Thompson. I am the director of the UTC Library Studio. And today I'm going to be talking about open work embroidery. And so I do want to show you this beforehand. So the reason I started doing this is because I came home for Mother's Day to see my parents in Montana, because I kind of figured I should get home while I was vaccinated because, well, you've all lived here. And this was on the dresser in the guest room that I stay in. This thing, which is a vintage pillowcase kit, which it's 2 pillowcases. You can actually see the seam. So they're, and I think they might be king size. They're pretty big. But at the edge of them, there's this printed embroidery. And I'm going to switch the document camera so we can see that a little bit better. Yeah, so you can see that there's this printed pattern. There's also some age stains. I haven't washed it because I want to finish the embroidery before I wash it, because otherwise I'm going to have to scrub things and I'm not quite sure what to do about that. But my grandmother had completed about this much of it. And my mom said, well, I thought you might like to finish it. And so, and as it turns out, I did. It came with a little help sheet, which I did not bring with me today. But open work embroidery is exactly what it sounds like, where you've got these open things, and they don't fray because of the stitch that you use around it, but you've got holes in it, which is a type of, the more you do, it can actually start to be lace. But there's some very specific techniques to it. So this particular kit uses a number of stitches. So this is what's called a buttonhole stitch. This is a stem stitch, and then this is some satin stitch. And you put it all together and you get this. And everywhere you can see where there's an X, that is what you're going to cut out. So all of these leaves get cut out, and then there's these little holes. And it's using this specific kind of thread that I had not heard of beforehand. But it is called floche. So if you've seen our previous live streams, I know Sarah's done some cross stitch, like you usually get thread that if you tap it, you get like there's 6 strands in it, and you separate it and you use 1 or 2 of the strand, or 3 or 4, use some of them. to do your embroidery. This is a single strand type of thread. And I had a lot of trouble, like this is what it got. And I don't know if this is enough to actually finish this complete pillowcase. And so over the weekend, I was just like, so what is that stuff? Because I went to Joann's and it is not pearl cotton. That is what I learned. That is something different. And I finally managed to kind of find it on the internet with using my librarian skills. And it's called Floche. And I just ordered a couple more skeins from DMC. So to get started, I'm going to do a knot. Maybe. And because a knot is good. You don't always have to use a knot when you're doing embroidery, but it's been a long day and I don't have the brain power to make sure that all my stitches are under other stitches. And also pillowcases get some hardware. So I'd rather something a little bit more secure. So you can see our leaves here where we've got the X's that we're going to cut out. And the first step to a lot of stitches is you put in some padding. So you may, sorry, this is so light, but you can see that I've actually gone in and done a loose stitch around, and then I'm going to do a stitch over it. And this just makes it a little bit more puffy, is how we would say it. And so the buttonhole stitch, I'm going to start by just doing a regular stitch. And because it's kind of almond shaped. So I want to make sure that everything gets covered. And then the buttonhole stitch is you do a tiny little stitch here. Not quite that tiny, because if you do it in the exact same hole, it will not stay. So I need to do something slightly, have at least one thread in between them. And so I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to go back below. And I don't want to pull it quite all the way through. And then I'm going to go, I don't see very well, so if I'm getting my head in the shot, I apologize. I have to look at it over my glasses like a grandma. So you don't pull it all the way through. And then you put the thread through it. And this kind of creates two stitches. One that goes around the edge and one that creates a tiny little border on the inside. And that border is what prevents it from fraying when you cut out the open work. So I'm going to do another one. And I tend to not, I'm lazy. I don't usually pull it all the way through. And you want to get this all very close together, because the closer together, the less likely you're going to get fraying. I think that I do mine a little bit more closely than my grandmother did, but you know, it'll all go together. So when I was looking this up, I learned that this color is called, what was it called? Spring Rain. But on the kit that my mother, or the instructions, it was called Appelsweiss, which is the name of a Swiss town, or apple something. I don't speak German. If it had been in French, I would probably remember it better. And I thought it was really interesting that sometime between whenever my grandmother bought this, which honestly could have been anywhere between the 40s and the 60s, the piece of paper looks a little too vintage to be any newer than that. But they decided that rather than having the name of an obscure Swiss town, that they needed to just call it Summer Rain. And I'm very interested to see whether or not it's the same color when it gets here, because I don't know how much this thread has faded. But the nice thing about embroidery flosses of very kinds, be it your standard embroidery floss or your pearl cotton or this floche, that's Floche if you're fixing to Google something. They have numbers for their colors, and the numbers don't change. So even though the name for this particular color has changed, It is still $6.51. But I did find it, and I've been doing needlework off and on since I was a kid, and I had never heard of this stuff before. And so I don't know why I naively thought that they would just have it somewhere in town. But I went to both Joann's and Michael's, and they do not carry it. And so I had to order it. So one of the most famous floss manufacturers is DMC. And so I actually had to order it directly from DMC. So we will see what color it turns out. But my current plan is I know I have enough of it to do this upper part with the leaves and flowers. So I will do that. And then with the newer floss, I will, there's a little bit of twist there. I will just making sure that my tiny knot or my tiny stitch is tiny. But I will use the newer floss for this border or possibly this border. And this is the fun thing about the open work is like this whole border will be in this buttonhole stitch and then you cut it and it'll be scalloped. It'll be that pretty scalloped embroidered thing that sometimes you see in vintage bedding or petticoats and that kind of stuff, which it's not terribly difficult to do by machine. You just use a tiny little zigzag stitch, but there's something kind of satisfying in doing it by hand. And the nice thing about any sort of embroidery or hand stitching is once you know one or two basic stitches between instructions and YouTube, you can figure out all of the rest of them. Because I did not know how to do a buttonhole stitch before this, and I actually did it wrong for an entire leaf. I did what's called a satin stitch. So this is a satin stitch because it looks like satin. And I did a tiny satin stitch, and then I did a tiny, tiny, tiny row of itty bitty stitches in front of it, which, let me see if I can find that one. Looks kind of the same. This one. Yeah, it's this one because you can see it's even puffier and kind of rough. And it's just like, what? Just read the instructions, please. Sometimes if you just read the instructions, it will save you time. But, you know, a lot of crafters can be a little anti-instruction, meaning, and by a lot of crafters, I mean me. Because, you know, if you've been doing this for a while, you think you know how to do it. And that is not always true because I did not know how to do a buttonhole stitch, and now I do. And when I say a buttonhole stitch, this is literally what they would do for buttonholes before we had machines. So if you ever needed to fix a buttonhole on your clothes, because they're difficult to machine once they've been broken, this is the kind of stitch that you can use to try and save your clothes. Now, I make a lot of my own clothes, and I am not willing to hand sew my own buttonholes, but if you get online and you look at a lot of the people that are into historical recreation costuming, some of them will do their own buttonholes like this. And it's really, they're very interesting people because the level of accuracy varies. And so there are some people who say that you are allowed to use machine buttonholes, and you're allowed to use your machine, and others that say that you're not, and they get in little tiffs, and it's a fascinating culture to watch from afar. But one of my favorite is the Dreamstress on Instagram, and she designs stays and other kinds of historical patterns. So if you ever want to make your own stuff, but a lot of her stuff is some of her stuff is actually designed to be entirely hand sewn because that is how they would have done it in the 1700s. And this is a stitch. She had a post that I found interesting because I'm this kind of nerd, where she talked about doing the holes in the stays, because stays are a precursor to corsets. So if you're wearing an American Revolution corset, you're actually wearing stays. And they didn't have the technology to do grommets, which are the metal eyelets. And so you have to sew your own eyelets. And she does not use a buttonhole stitch for it because just doing a whip stitch around it works better. And I thought that was really interesting because you could do something faster and better using a simpler stitch. But for something like this, because it's a bigger hole, the buttonhole stitch is going to be a little bit more hanging around, persistent, durable. Eventually we get to the words. Vocabulary is hard. So now we're coming around. And this is the kind of thing that like I would like to do when I'm watching TV because it requires a little bit of brain, but not a lot. Although I am old now and I'm having trouble with my eyes because they won't focus from near to far as well. Oh, look, I have a cat and cat hair gets in my thread. So tiny piece of Zelda for you. So I have trouble because I take my glasses off to do close work like this. But I have to put my glasses on to see the TV because I am very, very nearsighted. So let me turn this around because I do better with it this direction. So you guys can't see me, but I keep like pausing and looking over my glasses so that I can see things like the granny in Looney Tunes. So all of you college students have that to look forward to. Yeah. But I do like to do this kind of stuff because it's also very good for like listening to the radio or listening to podcasts, something where listening is more important than watching. And it's incredibly satisfying when it's done. Like I've never done anything like this pillowcase before, but I am enjoying it enough that I actually looked for like another pillowcase like this. And the company is called Buchilla, and they still make them, but they're a little bit more cottagecore, I guess. They have like chickens, and I don't want chickens. And what I like about this in particular is that it's a pillow tube, so there's no seam at the top and the bottom of the pillow. It's just one entirely rounded thing. And so when I'm done with this, if I like it enough, I might go and see if I can find another pillow tube, and then you can draw your own pattern and choose your own stitches. Because that is, of course, the fun thing. Because I think that these kits don't, or when my grandmother bought it, I think it doesn't come with the thread. Because when I looked at the instructions, it was not all supposed to be this color. Like the leaves were supposed to be this color, but these little flowers were supposed to be pink with yellow centers. And for some reason, my grandmother decided she wanted it to be all silver. And that's the nice thing about crafts and craft kits is that like you can follow most of the instructions, but not all of them if you don't want to. So here we go. And look, we've almost finished. There's my head, I apologize. We've almost finished this little eyelet, I guess, for lack of a better thing, leaf opening. You can see that I'm trying not to twist because that'll make things even weirder. So I've got about room for one more little stitch. And then I'll do some filler stitches that don't have the buttonhole stitch, just more of a basic satin stitch. No, no knots. No. It is also helpful if you talk to your crafts. The thread listens. One more stitch to kind of fill that in. And you can see that the shapes changed slightly just because of how I was stitching. And then you literally, and I'm not going to cut my thread because I'm going to go ahead and do this one next. And they're close enough that I don't feel like I need two separate knots in there. I'm taking my little crane scissors. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to snip. Maybe I shouldn't have brought the crane scissors. Maybe I should have brought the other scissors. have to get my glasses off and look at this more closely. So snip. And you just literally cut that fabric away. Sometimes it's good to go after there with some tweezers. I really should have brought better scissors. These are not sharp enough for this. But you need very small scissors. But yeah, we're just going to cut away this fluff. Yeah. Goodbye. And as it gets like washed and loved and used, this will come out even more. So it'll be a little bit more of a perfect thing. You can actually see on this one how clean the holes are. And that's because I did this several months ago and it's been going in and out of a bag. And so those will wash out in the washing machine and be less fluffy, I guess. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to do the next one. But yeah, that's all open work embroidery is you use a special stitch to hold it, and then you can cut out the rest. So again, the buttonhole stitch where I go and do a little loop and then through here. Good purveyors of embroidery will be like, don't be lazy, pull it all the way through. Don't do that thing where you slide it through, but you know, they don't know where I live, so they can have their own opinions on technique. When you do this, sometimes it ends up a little bit tighter, and that can be less visually appealing. But I like to problem solve, and sometimes you problem solve things that aren't problems, like this. So here we go. And oops. Run around. So my grandmother, whose name was Elio Phillips, born Elio Patel, she died a couple years ago, a couple years before COVID. I want to say 2017, 2018. She was in her 90s. She was really cool, and she was an amazing fiber artist, although she never would have called herself that because she considered herself a homemaker and a mom. But she's one of those people that, like, if she had been born in a different time, well, honestly, she would have been a killer stockbroker is what she would have been. But she did needlepoint and needlework and cross stitch all her life, up until a couple of years before she died. She finished a chair cover. And that happened even after she had a stroke, which took out part of her occipital lobe. She still figured out ways to do her needlework, which I thought was really cool. She went to college at Cal State in the 20s. Well, in the 40s. She was born in the 20s because she married my grandfather during World War II. And they got married because he was supposed to go on the Indianapolis, which for those of you who are history buffs will know that that is the ship that was supposed to, that was taking I can't remember if it was Fat Man or Little Boy, but one of the atom bombs to be closer to Japan for the not great, but the one and only time anybody's used the two only times anybody's used a nuclear weapon. That ship was taking it over for that purpose. And my grandfather actually got bumped by a superior officer because it was an important mission and the superior officer wanted to be part of it. And again, for those of you who know history or know anything about karma, the Indianapolis was bombed by the Japanese on the way back, and the ship sank, and a considerable number of people died on the day. Then they all had to hang out in the ocean to wait to be rescued, which didn't go well because they didn't have any supplies and the ship sank. And so like some of them got eaten by shark. Like it was horrible situation. And my grandfather was supposed to be there, but he wasn't, which I always thought was an interesting story. They were cool people, my grandparents, on my mother's side. But yeah, Elio, my grandmother, we've got my mother has needlepoint and other things that she's done all over her house. And we were asked if we wanted to take some pieces, and just to let you know how long my grandmother did this, is I have a piece of something that was, again, obviously a kit. It was printed and it was just to kind of practice some very basic stitching, like outlining some leaves and some grass and that kind of stuff. And it was done, it says on it very clearly, Elio age 9 that she stitched that in. So she did needlework for what, 84 years, 85 years? No, I think she was 98 when she died. So 90 years, long time. And she kept it going as long as she could. And she's actually the one that taught me how to do cross stitch, because my mother sews and knits and quilts, but she doesn't do fiddly work like this. And so my grandmother taught me how to do fiddly work when I was about 9. And, I got that from her. And, yeah. And my mom made sure that I got all of her scissors when she died, which was pretty funny because I was coming home with, I kid you not, like 7 pairs of scissors in my luggage. And you just kind of wondered what security thought about that when they opened my luggage to search. It's like, this woman has like 7 pairs of antique scissors in her. Why does anybody need that many scissors? And the answer is because they were good scissors, because they were my grandmother's. Maybe for the next live stream, I will go over my different kinds of scissors. If we want to have something really weird. So. But you can see it doesn't, once you get to practice, no, nuts. Once you get practicing, it doesn't take that long. Because like I remember reading something like one of the Little House books or something that talked about how Mary could do 20 buttonholes in an hour, or something like that, or how like people who were hand sewing buttonholes could do 20 to 30 of these in an hour. You can see how if you were not talking constantly, and if you really wanted to, especially in a manufacturing context, you could do a lot of these pretty quickly. Because I've got 2 done, and these would be relatively small buttons, but I mean, granted, when I'm doing them on my machine, I can do 20 buttonholes in 10 minutes because it has an auto setting and all of that. But it's when we talk about this kind of stuff, how it seems like it's so hard and it takes so much time. With a little bit of practice, you can get good at anything, much like the stuff you are studying and trying to learn now. With a little bit of practice, you can learn anything. Be it your lines, anatomy, drawing, those things. But I like to learn stuff like this. I call them my zombie apocalypse skills, because I'm pretty sure that, you know, come the apocalypse, if we have no more power or anything like that, then I'm going to be the mending and jam lady. So I will be valuable because people will keep me around and bring me things to help keep me around, because I can fix your clothes and I have a fig tree in my backyard so I can make you jam. And I think those are valuable skills to train. But they're also just kind of fun, right? Especially since we do so much online and so much digital. It's nice to have something that's so completely analog to help rest your brain. So yeah, I think I'm going to get this one done if I speed up a little bit. We'll see before Julian comes on to do his synthesize or production, because he's going to teach you some stuff about music production and how to do some beats and loops. So we're going from the extremely analog to the extremely digital, because up in the studio and at the library, we like to embrace all different kinds of things. So yeah, we're almost done. I think I got 2 stitches and then a couple of catch stitches in there to make sure that it all finishes up. One more loop. Yes, I do hum like this when I'm at home. There we go. So there we go. Done. And I'm actually going to knot this one off because I have to travel a little bit far to get the next one. So I'm going to put this in. 1, 2, 3. Nice and close. And I always like to do one more stitch just to catch it, especially for things that are going to have a lot of wear and tear, as pillowcases do. And then we're going to go in and we're going to cut out that X. Maybe. Picked these scissors because I thought they were pointy. I was wrong. Clip, clip, clip. Clip, clip, clip. And I'm being careful not to cut the threads that I just embroidered on there, because that would defeat the purpose. And it would all start to come on again. Yeah. So there we go. There we go. Another eyelid. And so you can see how it will eventually build into something like this. And then I've got one of my leaves done, and then I've got 1, 2 more big leaves and 2 more little leaves and a bunch of flowers, and then these other little leaves. And then I will be able to move on to this. And yeah, so we'll go from there. So I'm going to see if Julian is here yet, because I know he's supposed to be on in about 1 minute. And we'll see what's going to happen, because I have to go learn how to make elderberry syrup, because again, I'm building up my analog skills, and Crabtree Farms is doing a class. There's Julian. Hi, Julian. How are you?
Doing very well. How are you?
I'm doing good. So I'm going to sign off and turn it over to you. Thanks.
All right.
You got everybody. Good luck with your finals and have a good night.
All right. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Joy of Producing, where I show you why it is joyful to produce. I'm going to go ahead and get my sound sharing and things started. It's definitely more musical than it is fireside chats, but love that fireside chat, Emily. Definitely the most calm part of my workday, for sure. All right, let's disappear all the business stuff and see if we got everything working. All right. Okay, let's make sure my sound is on. Sounds like my bad. Definitely crossed microphones there. Good Lord. All right, but it sounds like everything is working. I tested the Zoom audio. So please let me know if the audio is not working, because it would be very counterintuitive to stream this without audio. All right, so I think today I'm going to start in like the 120 BPM range, and I think I'm going to start looking for some chords. Okay, so I like to template everything that I do so that I can have a range of my favorite instruments at my disposal. I'm feeling like G minor. G minor equal, yeah, no, we'll just, there we go, G minor. And then, let's see. I hope everyone's enjoyed the live stream today. I know that I have enjoyed watching those puzzles earlier. Let's see, MIDI effects. Gonna start off with some chords, nothing crazy. Chords, G minor. Let's see, first chords. Go ahead and set up my loop here. Start dragging and dropping. Turn off some of that vintage noise crackle. All right. Really cool. All right, let's get a good pause going real quick so I can fix this MIDI data up. Yeah, give it some atmosphere. Okay, that sounds pretty right now. Yeah. So like I'm editing this MIDI data, and when I put it too hard on the 2, 3, and the 4, it makes it sound too robotic, but I'm still a little too behind on this MIDI data. So I'm gonna give it like a happy medium where it's just off of the 1, so it doesn't sound so robotic. Looks like I'm pretty happy with the MIDI data of everything else, it looks like. I've been obsessed with putting everything underwater lately. Hold off on bass before I want the drum groove before I do bass. But I want like another lead or something. The art of layering everything in one place. That's the real goal. I want like a flute or maybe some. I already got strings going. I will pad you all to the grave. I love pads. They just give that ambiance and really make things sound huge. Let's see what we got. This is my favorite flute, but I don't think it's thematic. Something else. All right, let's put a 4 on the floor now. I'm not even going to try and sync that up with the latency. Not even going to try. That's why we got programmable data and knowledge. So a 4 on the floor is just one kick for every quarter, one kick for every beat or every count. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. And you'll see what I mean here real quick. Let's get some duplicating going. All right. Yeah, let's give it some good pulse. Soon I can turn the metronome off too. Yeah, I'm throwing delay on that kick. That sounds good. We'll just start with the clap. Me with this latency right now. That's all right. Very happy to program it because we're closer to the structuring part than you might believe. Let's see. But recently I've been watching a lot of Rick Rubin's stuff, and he's the producer, longtime producer, one of the founders of hip hop as we know it, or even before we know it now. And he talks a lot about how creativity and music itself is a lot like fishing. It's like we have no control over catching anything, only the patience to do it. And I've took that into practice here lately, and I've seen some roaring successes at a slower pace where a lot of times I overwork myself frantically, but I've just been calm and having patience and working a decent amount And I've been seeing good results from that. And it's a clearer headspace to be in, and the outcome I feel is ultimately more creative in my experience. So. Also, keeping it simple is underrated. All right, let's see if I can fix that up a little bit, because I may have overcomplicated it with that little flick note. It's just that not overcomplicating productions themselves in their infancy is essential, because if you shoot an idea down before you allow it to develop, you may have missed out on some real brilliance. And I'm only one producer, so my strong suits are going to lie more in melodies than it is bass and percussion. It's just with enough practice, I know how to maneuver around bass and percussion enough to get some bops going. Because, you know, in the long scheme of things, if we had vocals on this, I could even bring a bassist in at a certain point, or another producer that specializes in bass work, and I could get him to lay something even crazier down than the simple little simple bass line I'm coming up with. Okay. I need patience. All right, getting excited here and a little ahead of myself. Let's see. Kenny beats drums. Kenny beats everything. One of my idols. Make sure your drums are in key, please. Make it a little trappy with the hi-hat pattern. too much. How about I want that to be felt almost more than heard. So, what is going on? That's just some reversing. Or the way I did that sample was I clicked the ×2 on Ableton, which stretches it out double the length, which slows it down. So if I unreversed it. So that's mostly, here's the original sample, and pitch it down 14 steps, reverse it with this ×2, and now I have just something that people don't even know what that sounds like, but it's still percussive. And I added some space into it to give it some room to breathe and live. So let's go. All right, I got 5 minutes to structure this one, and then I'm gonna roll over to another beat because I wanna do some hip hop for y'all. So let's see what we got going. All right, so I like to name my stuff now, consolidate everything. Let's see what we got. Okay. Clap. Bass. Oh yeah, I never came up with a second lead, but that's okay. I got the harp, which is a vibe. One, 4L2, hi-hat, perp one, very cool. All right, let's rock it. Move this all the way over here. See what I want to go together. Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna unsolo. I'll probably start with like the chorus first, just to give this song some instant swing. There it goes. There we go. All right. Yeah, I forgot the rhythm. Jeez, that's already better. gonna be a pretty simple setup and structure. Probably could have added some more percussion, something to flavor and variate the repetitive patterns, but not too bad. I really like how that comes in. Yeah, we really needed that art. All right, about to do a little more with it. Do a little panning here. Auto pan. Do like the slow instead. Running on the 3/8 still. Maybe a little slower actually. There we go. Bring it. All right, very cool. So typically I like to leave beats pretty simple anyway when I initially make the production because I want the vibe to be there, but I also want to leave it very empty so then artists can do their vocals on top of it because the vocals are the center of the performance anyway, and we're just making music around that. And so that way, when the artist puts their vocals down, I could do like a melody that follows their vocal trail or, you know, follows their chorus or whatever the vocalist is doing. So standard beat production, I'd say it's pretty solid. So we're gonna rock and roll over to a little bit of hip hop and see what we can get rolling there. All right, naming conventions are important because it's how you find everything. Templates are important because it helps you pocket in and out of genres so you can work in different boxes but still be innovative with your boxes. I like to make my templates around Igor from Tyler the Creator. I like to make it from anything Gorillas because Gorillas are pretty consistent, and wonky synthesizers, toy pianos, pads, strings, more electronic. And then I also have an emo trap template, so like Juice WRLD and Denzel Curry and Lil Peep. And I like having that on deck for some more sinister sounds. So we're gonna work with what we got. I'm gonna start by probably doing a sample flip as well while we're in the hip hop realm. So let's get to it. Can I open this, please? Can I open it more? Let's see. My favorite thing to do ever is type in emo into my sample library and see what pops up. Man, I wish this would pop open some more for me so I can see a little bit better what I'm doing. Alas. So 12. So let's just first thought, best thought this thing. So probably gonna throw it underwater again, more than likely. Let's see. Do. And this just gives me like a nice bedrock to really expand my idea. See what key this is in. C minor, which is where we're at anyway. Turn this down a little. Guess we're filling claps today. That's cool with me. All right. Let's see. That live stream latency has me feeling like I'm a pro at this because I gotta adjust so much, and I am fortunate for it. All right, so I can. Yeah, I got that one. Let's get these kicks in. All right. Let's program them. That'll do. When in doubt, shoot simple because it pays off. It really does. Just feel it. Go ahead and name everything, and then we will line it up, and I will be out of here for the evening. I hope y'all have had fun watching a little bit of music production tonight. It really does fill my heart with joy to do this. Definitely my favorite thing to do. I hope y'all have a favorite thing to do, whether it's a hobby or a career. Because I believe that everybody is creative. I believe that everybody is born creative, and it's not till we hit, about elementary school where people tell us if things are good or bad, that we start worrying about if it's good or bad, because it's honestly more fun just to create instead of worrying about whether it's good or bad or not, because the more you create, naturally the better you're going to be able to connect with your inner taste, which is there and has been there. So let's see, this is the main sample, and also sample heavy work sometimes, because I think that samples are instant collaboration, because if I were to put this beat out, I would hit these samples with a co-production or a co-pro, and I would happily do that. I feel like the way I view music production is a lot like a composer, where I mean, it's maybe a composer in the modern sense, because I don't compose the music in the notation and stuff, but I do put together different instruments from different places into a composition. And it's a bit of the same to me, really, because I bet if, Bach and Mozart had access to these resources, they would be music producers. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Now, let's simple structuring. I don't do a lot of transition-based music. If the transition happens, it happens, but cut and dry contrast works until I'm getting ready to move into deeper steps into the process. But let's start with the main sample, of course. Here's something I'd love to do lately. So we're gonna double up. I'm gonna reverse this one. Yeah. Bring the whole thing over. See what we got going on. What do I not want to give them at first? Maybe not that sample. Too much stuff. Hold up. Yeah. Like that more. That lead is a little weak, to be honest. We're gonna mute it and just let these strings live, and then maybe bring this sample over, see how it sounds. It's not very good either. Fudge. You know what? That's what we're rocking with right now. Cut out some of that high end. Hitting the ears a lot nicer. Yep, that's it. All right. This has been the joy of producing. Thank you for coming along for the ride. I hope that y'all enjoyed it, took something away from it. If you didn't, that's cool too. And I hope I helped you procrastinate some finals. If y'all want to know anything about music production, hit me up. It's julian-quavoss@utc.edu. I'll be happy to help y'all. Y'all have a lovely winter break and take care of yourselves. All right, I'm out of here.